Majda, 5 minut. 5 minut? Si pravi 9 pa 10.
Tadeja, kako imamo mi za našu stran, da ideš notri, ko ureš CNS na konci? CNS pa je underscore, ne? Ja, pa sem dala spodi črtico CNS, zdaj pa je nekaj. Ja.
Tehnika povej, ko boš...
Može.
Si da underscore?
Lako.
CNS. Ne?
We open... Dear guests, speakers, friends, we have this year hoped to see you again. 30 years is from Slovenia in 90 countries minimum. Thank you for you have for started. Please.
Thank you, Majda.
unfortunately they were here. Now I maybe just a few words about World Hemp Congress work in this year. This year we work online all the time with news, with knowledge, with organization. We are live all year, all the time. Now we started with our friends, with our speakers, with our people from whole world go live with knowledge, which one they take it out 10, 20, 30 years. They will be live with us, they will be in workshops in us, and you can see us all the time. Thank you. I take word to Paula for maybe just a word or two for started.
Thank you, Majda. Thank you, Majda. Thank you, Pavla, also for bringing me and all the wonderful speakers that we're going to hear in the next few days to the World Hemp Congress. Thank you for your wonderful English and presenting this conference in a language that many of us can understand. So thank you very much for that. Thank you for listening also to this instrument here called a didgeridoo. This didgeridoo is a traditional instrument from Australia. A didgeridoo is from the Aboriginal people of the land, the original people of the land of the continent of Australia. This is actually not a didgeridoo. It's in the shape and plays, and I use it as a didgeridoo, but because it's made of 100% hemp, we call it a hemp didge, and this is made from nothing else but 100% hemp, which means there's no glues, there's no resins, there is nothing but pure hemp. So I felt it an appropriate way to start this conference using this wonderful material that is made in Australia, that has travelled here back to Europe from where this invention began originally. So I'm very honoured to open the conference and talk a little bit about what is going to be happening in the next few days. We've got some excellent speakers here from different parts of the world, different knowledge and expertise in specific subjects. So really looking forward myself to hearing some information being shared at this conference, and I look forward to also sharing with you some of my experiences with hemp foods, hemp farming and agriculture, and also hemp medicines, which I think a lot of people are more interested in these days. It's the newest subject within the industrial hemp industry, which has been existing for many thousands of years, and it is only in these unusual times that we live in where hemp is being renewed and re-looked at and re-understood. We're remembering, we're becoming members yet again of a society that works in harmony with nature, in harmony with a plant that can produce bioplastics, that can produce textiles, that can produce buildings, that can produce food, that can produce paper, that can produce fuel, and on and on and on from this one single plant, which makes it extremely special. Not only can it do these, or be involved with all these amazing different aspects of our everyday lives, but it can do those things in a very, very special way. And it is my belief, and the belief of many of my fellow speakers here at this Congress, that this plant will actually change the world. We will actually have a very different place to live in when what we are doing with hemp is realised in many different ways. And we're only just beginning. We're only just at the very, very beginnings. And after being involved with industrial hemp for 18 years, only now in the last year in Europe it seems, maybe 2-3 years, around the world, we've noticed that people are really accepting this plant and its uses in a more mainstream way, where it's not just you and me that believe in this plant, it's many, many people. And this is just the beginning, in my opinion. We have just planted the seed. We've been caring for the seed. We've been watering the seed. And now we're about to see the seed grow in the way that hemp grows, which is very fast. As you can see by the hemp plants in this room that were harvested recently from a very local crop. And you can see they just about fit in this room. And maybe they have to cut the bottom part of it off. So the stalks actually do visit the whole length of this room, and that was growing probably, I would guess, in about 110, 120 days, which is really phenomenal for its stalk, for its flowers, for its leaves, for its seeds. So you're all here because of this plant, which is quite amazing, really. The power of something that doesn't speak any language, doesn't speak Slovenian, English, Italian, any language whatsoever. And this one plant brings us all here. Now, we think we're powerful as human beings. It's really quite a special thing that we're here to share. So, yeah, a lot of innovation is going to be discussed, a lot of novel ways that we as humans have decided to work with this fantastic plant and bring its uses out to share with as many people as we can. There's going to be a lot of exchanges and sharing of information here at this Congress. And yeah, for those that are joining us on the web, I hope you get also the same experiences that we're having and that we're already having here, that we've already had here, in fact. Even before we've begun, the feeling here, for me, has been like family. It's the best way I can communicate what is going on. I feel very connected with all the people here. And you know what we're doing, I feel that there's no holding back. There's what we're doing is sharing what we can from a very special place where we all have an intention to make a success of bringing this plant to people around the world. And that's one of the things that I experienced and also heard directly from local people here who are making some wonderful food that we'll talk about later, in their intention to take hemp foods not just from just being shared within their family and which they recognise has been shared in the culture here in Slovenia in history, but they are now willing to and seeing the need to take this and share it to the more greater public and the more people around the world. So I'm very honoured to be a part of this Congress and really honoured to be a part of this family and play my part in what is a very special time. And I hope we have, well, I know we will have a wonderful experience and create something even better than any of us could have imagined individually, because it is working together in a new way that we will bring new things in this world. And we can imagine and we can dream and we can hope and expect to do some fantastic things. And I know we all do. And I know you can hear about some of those things during the next few days. My expectations is not to be limited even by our visions, by our minds, by our thoughts, by our plans, but to something greater, to be really open, to see the potential of what this wonderful plant can do. So, yeah. Thank you for being here. Thank you for listening. Thank you for being part of what we have. And I'll pass back to you, Majda.
Thank you very much. Just a little introduction. Our Paula to Paula. I take word to you. You will lead us through the whole this World Hemp Congress. And please start it.
Thank you, Majda. So once again, dear speakers, distinguished guests, other participants and attendants of the World Hemp Congress Slovenia 2014, welcome. We are honored to have you here. We thank you sincerely for deciding to share your experiences and expertise with us. And for the general public, thank you for your interest, for watching this live online, or for participating here in the conference hall. We hope you find this conference helpful to your work and that you will enjoy your stay in Lendava, in Slovenia. The focus of today's lectures will be technology, implementing process optimization and innovation for the production and processing of industrial hemp. Mr. Benhaim, would you like to add something a word or two to your workshop? What is Mr. Benhaim? Oh, okay, he will be here. Okay, then I'll just do the introduction. Mr. Paul Benhaim is going to say a word or two about his workshops and the subject of hemp farming, foods and medicine, as well as hemp innovation. These workshops are scheduled for today in the afternoon at 3 o'clock and tomorrow in the afternoon. They will not be live streamed. It's only for the participants who are here live on the spot. So we just wait for Mr. Benhaim to return.
So I'm going to be running a workshop on hemp foods, farming and medicine. So I'm going to talk about my 18 years of experience with foods. I'm going to be talking about my experiences of farming, including what I've been doing over in the UK, how I got involved in Canada, what I've been doing in Australia, and I'm going to be introducing some of my good friends who are running hemp foods here in Europe. I'm going to be also talking about my interest in hemp medicines, which is new to me, new to most people I think, in this world, and I'll be sharing a little bit about what I'm doing, and yeah, maybe share some interesting news with everybody. So that's this afternoon at 3 o'clock. I hope you can join us for that. I think it'll be really worthwhile. Then tomorrow I'm going to be talking about hemp innovations. Hemp innovations, for me, it's not about specifically anything directly new, though that will be shared through my friends who are involved with some very interesting projects with flowers, and very interesting projects with building, and we're actually going to be making a hemp brick within the workshop tomorrow, so you'll be able to practically get involved by making a hemp brick. If you want, you can get your hands dirty, so make sure you connect with me before tomorrow afternoon if you want to get your hands dirty and know how to sustainably make your own hemp brick, which is a great thing to know how to do it. But I'm personally going to be speaking about the innovations not just within hemp directly, but what I've learned in my journey. The way I look at business, the way I look at people, the way I look at relationships, the way I look at money, the way I look at the financial system in general, the social systems within what I do, at least in my business, which I feel is very much in harmony with what we're doing with hemp. So it's going to be an interesting workshop. It's not something I've actually done before or really shared in that way, but I've been asked to do here at the World Hemp Congress in Lendava. So I'm very much looking forward to sharing that with you. Of course, in both the workshops, because this is a family, I don't really want to be talking at you the whole time. I certainly want feedback, and I certainly want connections and questions, and let's explore things together. I look forward to that. So that's a short introduction to what's going to be happening in the next couple of days from my perspective. And there's lots of other things there.
Thank you, Paul. We continue with our next speaker, Mr. Daniel Kruse, EIHA Board Member. He will be giving a talk about the European Industrial Hemp Association and about new data on Hemp Food Market. Mr. Kruse, please.
Okay, good morning everybody. I will probably have a seat here and do the presentation while I'm sitting. Don't get this as being I'm impolite, but that way I can press space whenever I need the next slide. No, it's okay, I will do that. So, good morning again, and thank you for inviting me to this wonderful World Hemp Congress in Lendava, Slovenia. You will basically have the pleasure to see me at least 2 times today. First of all, representing the European Industrial Hemp Association, me being a board member since last year. And after that, I will represent my own company, bringing you some information on new data on the North American and the European hemp seed market. And if you stay long enough this afternoon or this evening, you will most likely have the pleasure to meet me also privately, just as a person. Not for hemp, just for the couple of hours. I don't want to have anything to do with hemp later on. But now we start with the hemp. Sorry, let me sit down here and I can use this computer. The European Industrial Hemp Association was founded about 10 years ago. And on this chart, on this map, you see the 9 regular members that are hemp processors. So for being a regular member in the EIHA, you have to have some processing facility or process hemp on the field. Basically, when you do farming, when you do hemp farming, you can apply to be a regular member. And then there are also 80 associate members from 31 countries. But to be totally honest, I think this data is not very accurate anymore, because from the last conference we just had in May, we had a very high interest on new regular members and also associate members. Here you can see the data more in detail. The membership increased very strongly in the last year. Here, this wonderful pie graph. Do you hear me like this? Yeah, okay. Better with the microphone? Okay. So here with this little pie graphics, you can see the countries the members are from. And when you look at the blue line, you get kind of a feeling of the increase of interest on hemp in the last 2 years, exactly as Paul mentioned before. The last 2 years, personally, I think, being in the hemp business as long as Paul really made a big change. This is the record, or this is the website after the conference with the record participation. 200 participants from 39 countries have been in Borut, which is close to Cologne, in 2014, in May. And the good news for all of us is that the hemp cultivation area is growing again, and growing stable in the last 3 years, which was a very important news, because as you can see, from 2009 to 2010-11, acreage was going down dramatically due to a lot of different kind of problems and financial, but also politically. There were a lot of hassle to get through. A lot of jobs and ideas to get, first of all, developed, to get hemp to a position that also, for example, Brussels and the politics or the politicians in Europe take serious again. And this is what we all achieved from 2011, 2012. Because 15,000 hectares is at least a number that is taken seriously, and also the demand and the supply are increasing now from year to year. Here you can see the price index, which is very important for the bigger processors, facilities working with the hemp fiber. As you can see, the flax price is quite high in the moment, so a lot of industrial applications, especially for from the automotive industry, are looking for alternatives. And hemp fiber right now, especially on this price level, is a very good alternative, but it's also very important for the processors that the hemp fiber price, especially for the technical short fibers, is staying stable. This is the little introduction for you from the new EIHA leaflet. EIHA is always printing and bringing out new marketing tools, information, brochures on hemp for everybody who is interested, but especially also for Brussels, the politicians, industry, and so on and so on. And I just go through those pages very shortly, so you can see it combines all the facts and data on the current hemp industry. Here you got the processors that are right now also members, regular members of the European Industrial Hemp Association. And these are the pages on food. And there you have this wonderful picture of me and my colleagues, the members of the board. Just shortly, I want to give you a little overview on the activities of EIHA that were just proposed but also voted for on the last conference. You can see here that the main point, and of course one of the most important, is the lobbying in Brussels. And this is very important because the first 2 points have to do with this, because there are a lot of regulations and laws right now already in place that are kind of complicated, very complex, very hard to work in the daily business with hemp. And EFSA, the European Food Security Agency, is maybe even adding more problems and tasks to that, because they are thinking about changing the THC level, or actually maybe even to forbid any hemp raw material product for feed. So that a huge market for hemp seeds, but also for refined hemp raw material is in danger, which is especially the fish and the bird feed market. But also this could have an effect on the food market. So we should be all aware of this, and there will be a lot of political fighting and a lot of discussions and a lot of work to do in the next couple of years, especially by the European Industrial Hemp Association, but also actually through everybody of us and involved with hemp. Also, we supported the first certifications for hemp processors that have the chance to get a widely accepted system of sustainability certification. It would be the first worldwide that a fiber is recognized for its sustainability. It would be very nice to have hemp fiber at this place. Fourth, the fourth and the fifth point again have to do with the task that will be coming on stage in the next couple of years on the political level. We have to have THC guidelines, maybe even limits for hemp food EU-wide. Otherwise, we will always have the risk that some authorities, either national or internationally, will bring the hemp food industry to a halt or to a stop, as long as the THC discussion is not satisfactorily ended or regulated. In a regulated, when I say regulated, I mean this, in a decent, realistic, and business-wise way, not in the way that is dealt with right now in Europe. And also we should have a quality label and guidelines for hemp seeds, so that everybody who is growing and farming hemp, but also everybody who is buying the hemp seeds and processing the hemp seeds, has some kind of overview and summary on what quality needs to be taken care of and what measures have to be taken to achieve this quality. Also, there is another leaflet planned for the carbon footprint and sustainability of natural fibers, including hemp, which is very important for the automotive industry, because they always have to have different sources. They will never, ever rely on just one fiber, for example, hemp or sisal, whatever. So, but they're looking for different options, and for them, hemp is quite interesting, not only because of the low price compared to flax right now, but also because they have to use sustainable and renewable materials in the car production. Then EIHA will support the study of the bioeconomy panel, and also very important is that there's a product environmental footprint case or pilot phase of insulation material, which will help hemp to get accepted in the building section. And of course, last but not least, the cooperation with World Hemp Congress. Slovenia was just voted for on the last conference. What are the benefits for EIHA members? Well, first of all, regular members are featured in the leaflet, but for everybody it is very, very interesting to know that all questions and requests from the industry are getting forwarded to all EIHA members by email, so that whoever needs any help or has questions has a good chance to get those answered. And all former and future presentations, reports, and documents can be downloaded on the EIHA database. So basically, getting back to what Paul just said in his introduction, the becoming EIHA members is also a political statement. It helps the hemp industry to grow. It helps lobbying. As more people are in the association, the more serious Brussels will take this association as a partner and as the association that Brussels has to talk with and should take care of. And yeah, I mean, this is just in the bottom you see the overview on what is done through EIHA, and also there again, lobbying in Brussels is one of the major points. So also, at this point, I would like to invite you to the 12th International Conference of EIHA, which will be on May 2015. And when you check in at eiha-conference.org, you will find all necessary information. If you need any, if you have any other questions regarding this conference, or how to get a member, or how to register for the next conference, you can ask me, of course, and I will have a couple of business cards from the EIHA with me, so you also have my contact details on those. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kruse. We continue with our next speaker, Mr. Borut Šket. He will be presenting us building with hemp and hemp textiles.
Borut Šket. I was born in Maribor, and I will show you my vision of hemp house.
Give him another microphone.
Of my work. As you can see here,
Yes.
the projection.
This microphone is red at the bottom, you see. It must be black at the bottom.
Last year, and we finished. So, I will have tell you some milestones in my life of how I actually get into hemp business. My father was a construction engineer, and since I was 6 years old, I knew I would be in a construction business. This one is better. Oh, thank you. Okay. Yeah. So I will sit and have time, and I hope you will enjoy this projection back there. Yes, you see, these two, you remember, this was at ZAC. This is like our construction certification company that is that gave me a very good result for this hemp thermal insulation. Let's go forward with my. So my occupation is construction technical professional exam. I worked in a different country. The most important for me was work in Nigeria. So how we started? As first we start to deal with the textile because of our personal experience, because of our kids. So first we import the clothes for kids, later for the adults, the metric textile. As we found out that clothes and the metric textile is very good, and it's very good quality, we help it with this to other people too, so that we solve them their problems with help, of course. So then we give these clothes to the Technical Institute for Textile, and our grade was perfect. So now back to my work with the hemp buildings. When I came 2011 home from working in the abroad, I did everything to devote my work to researches about hempcrete. So first I had to get my fibers so that I can start making the bricks. I searched, and then I found and meet Dejan Rengel, who is the pioneer of industrial hemp in Slovenia, and he had some material at home. So I took some bags, went home, got me a compact mixer, prepared the model, and start filling the bricks with lime, water, and these fibers. Later on 50 bricks till now. One is better than another, but they are all the best, of course. Something about technique, how to build a proper hemp house. First, we must prepare the timber construction as you saw it already there with the pyramid. It's a smaller object, it's not so important, but it's still something that is there, actually living with us, and it's from hempcrete. The best result we get if we start with hempcrete in the foundation plate. Foundation must be, of course, from concrete and reinforcement, because the problem is, well, this is what I will tell later. We raise the hemp plate then up to 70 centimeters above the ground because of the moisturize. We put it on the gravel, stones, and the timber frame. Then we fill it with concrete, with hemp concrete, of course. For walls and the roof, we use timber construction. Then we prepare shuttering, we put hempcrete into walls, we mix hempcrete on the place, because this is my favorite. People ask about bricks, but I always say that the bricks has to be glued or whatsoever. And they just cannot be glued 100%. This is why we can get to some problems with the heat loss and the air loss. This is not good. So my philosophy is to a concrete mixer, shuttering, hempcrete. We mix it on the way, actually on the place, as you can see here in this presentation of building this pyramid. So about mixer for hempcrete, the problem is not in the mix. If we want to have a proper receptor for the proper hempcrete, it's not a problem in getting this. The problem is because this is the natural material, so if there is a small water leakage, it can come to disaster. But I must tell you actually what already Mr. Paul Benhaim told you about hemp, what you get out of it, and I'm glad that I devoted my life only to hempcrete and hemp textile, of course, because otherwise it would be too much. Okay, I press my own hemp oil with my hand presser, but this is just for my needs. Then I found the man that made his own machines for getting hemp fibers and these things. So I got in touch with him, so I got the material. Thank you, Mr. Hull. So after some time, I got a client to build a first hemp house in Slovenia. This client wanted to get some actual result. So I went to Zak, where I get a good result for thermal insulation. These two bricks which you saw there, because everything has to be exact, measured, everything. So I got a good result for thermal insulation. The result was great. 50 cm thickness of the wall has 15 kW. This is already like for the passive house. For the passive house, it's just as the same as what you need to have a passive house. So this is why you can get a lot of money from the government, because you build that good house. That it's not using actually nothing. If you look at with the concrete and other building materials that are now, you can get what is actually said. But we did not build a house for this client, but I'm very grateful for all that they done for hempcrete in Slovenia. So thank you. That was 2012. in 2013. To build something from hempcrete, I had to do something. When the right time comes, I found a place in Žalec. It's a very nice park with 2 lakes, animals, and healing points. Where we build a pyramid. This pyramid that you see, the dimensions are 5 multiplied 5 multiplied 5.5. But first I have to find someone with experience and with miles of hemp house made. So I got a specialist for hempcrete, Henry Thompson. He is for Ireland. I invite him to join me with the project, and he was really happy to come to Slovenia to be my guest for 6 days. So we built this. Join me when we have a great time together. I learned a lot of him, and I must say thank you, Henry, to him. The pyramid was made all with volunteers. These people who own this park, they only pay me for the materials. That was really nice experience. Some people that are here, they were actually my volunteers there. So thank you to you too, of course. So this is something rough about hemp building. Now, if someone has some questions maybe about hemp building, I would like to answer with pleasure, but then I will go to hemp textile, because I'm presenting that hemp textile too, as I already told you. This.
Okay. You said there is no problems with the concrete mix, but what about the lime?
Of course, the lime has to be there. The lime, actually, from what is made of. Of course, I didn't tell you about the material that has to be used for the proper hempcrete. You must have the water, these hemp fibers, and 2 different lines. One is hydraulic and one is hydrated. And this is, you have to mix this well, you have to have some receptor, and then you put it in the mixer, and then this is it. And so I hope I answered your question. It's good? Okay.
Yeah, my point was about the overall characteristics of the mix. So you said hempcrete, which for me stands for cement plus hemp. Which is the main.
You know what? Why we?
Because actually in May I was at the International Hemp Building Conference, and one of the outcomes was that even if hemp is processed and produced locally, that's the problem with the binder, okay, so in this case lime or cement or whatsoever. And the issue is that there's no right mix, and all the mixes depend on the location where the binders are extracted or available. So it's like here in Slovenia there could be a good mix for doing hemp and lime with some cement or not, but in other parts of Europe there are other mixes that are more suitable to the local weather or building characteristics.
This is about the protection from the weather, of course. So you have to get the parts of lime that you have to take different parts, because you know what is the problem of the cement? Cement is closing everything around you so that the wall is not breathing. Hempcrete makes your wall be a breathable wall. So So this is the point for the first thing. And then of course the mixes, as you said, they are different. They are different for the walls, for outside walls, for inside walls, and for the roof, of course. But this depends on the parts from lime. As tomorrow we will prepare the hemp brick, and I prepare a very good mix for this position here for Slovenia, where we have big difference in temperature, from -20 to +30 or even 35. So this is it. But still the point is actually you can get the receptor on internet or everywhere, you can buy the books, but the point is in the technology of building, because as I told you, the drop of water into the natural material, it makes us a catastrophic result in 5 or 10 years, maybe even before. So this is the point that I'm associating with Mr. Henry Thompson. He built like 15, 20 houses from hemp in Ireland, but they don't have such a minus and such a plus, and they are more like from 0 to 20 degrees like all year. So this is my point about it. Tomorrow we will see this mix which I prepare for that kind of our land here. Okay. Anyone has any question? More? I will tell you about hemp textile. Hemp textile. In China they find 5,000 years old piece of hemp textile somewhere, I don't know where. And leggings jeans was originally from hemp. I heard they will start with hemp jeans production of my favorite 501 very soon in America, of course. The purpose of hemp clothes is that they are anti-allergic. When it's cold, you feel warm and contrary. Hemp socks help you not to sweat so much. And now I can invite you to our stay there, where you can see all our products we have here. So here you can see this hemp brick, and here you can see these small rounded pieces. This is actually the clay pressed with air, so that you get that rounded things. And this is good for that kind of building too, because it's inside. It's very. It has a lot of air, and so it's a big space, but it's a lot of air. And the important thing about thermal isolation is that the air is actually can go out, in and out. And to 50 cm thickness, you get like linear. Value. Yeah, you can get the value. It's going like linear. So I told you at 50 cm I got 0.15 kHW. This is already for passive house. So this is with that kind of brick I get these very good results because of this too, because of these clay balls that are filled with air. So, any question? Can I help?
No, the question is, you said reply.
Yeah. Yeah, but this was, this was. It's not.
Percentage of reply inside.
Sorry. You see, this is it. This is used for the roses in these pigs. Yes, it is. And you must clean it. It's like brown.
Okay. So, but the percentage on weight related to lime, cement, if it is cement?
No cement, not.
Okay.
We must avoid cement, otherwise we didn't do nothing with this natural building.
Okay. Lime, sieves, clay.
Yeah, but the clay is not necessary. This brick I brought because I got a good result from this, and this is not important. You cannot get this in nowhere on Lloyd's, where they have all the certificates for this hemp material. They don't use this.
Okay.
So this is what actually I.
Your modification.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, this.
You mean you have better result than only?
Yeah, I think so. I think so, and because this is the material that is only used for filling, it doesn't have to be strong, because the stronger makes him, the timber makes him strong. It's not important. So this is what I put inside. Like maybe 20 or 30%, 15 to 20% will be sufficient.
You don't highlight difference between the dimension of the seeds?
Dimension of the seeds. Yeah, this is. I don't have a. These seeds are okay too, but they could be longer or bigger. I know, but this is what I could get till now. So, but now I have here you, and maybe we can do something when I get someone who I would build a house.
Okay.
Very good. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
No problem. Thank you. Yeah, now we go to see where like this. Industrial hemp benefits, as we all already know, it's a fast-growing plant and highly chilled. 2 harvests per year can be made too. It grows like hemp, parasites and weather change resistant, long root system of industrial hemp, nourishing and filter the soil, cleaning the soil actually, high tensile strength of industrial hemp products, lower taxes for production of hemp products, because industrial hemp is most reliable, renewable source of energy and products, because it's cleaner air and water. Hemp health benefits. Healthy, affordable and practical building solution. Building materials are used locally, efficiently, and waste is minimized. There is no pollution of nature from hemp production to the hemp house building. Actually, from hemp seed to the hemp house building. Low energy cost, high air tightness, material recycling. When you don't want anymore your house, you can throw it into the compost and you go move forward. Self-esteem is supported by low impact, reliable fire protection and earthquake-proof building with hemp breed. About this fire protection, this morning when I wake up, we are staying there in one house on the vineyards. Beside our house, there is one house that has been burned and it's made from wood or timber. And 2 years ago we were here and today it was just the same. But what I wanted to tell is that the wood, the timber, is actually very good fire protector. Because the point is that when you look at the timber and when it comes to the fire, it doesn't burn all, It only burns like 1 cm around, everything else is still strong and whatever, And this is the point of hempcrete in connection with the timber. Export proof is because of very good timber skeleton, so this is a good thing then. Build a house, feel better with hemp, of course. Now we will see some pictures from seeding. That's me. That's not me. There. That would be good, if we could make it like this for these machines. Sorry? Yeah. Sorry? Yeah. Bečeska. So this is, that was the first material that I get from there. This one you can see, so I have to put it apart because it was too much. This black figures was inside too much, so I have to put everything apart. But it's already far away. So here are my first bricks that I made, and this is the pyramid. But the pyramid we already saw about everything. And this here, you can see. Here this timber is colored with used hemp oil. That is too, I think, very nice thing. So that everything actually can be used from hemp. This is very good. What do you get from Hemp House project? Because it is respectful to nature and people, because it is technically advanced, because high market potential exists, because it expands human horizon, because you will be part of Hemp House culture without ruins. This is correct. And because you will feel better with hemp. Be the change you want to see in the world. To my dear lovely wife and my kids, and to my friends and all the many people who supported me in Project Hemp House. And here you can see this is the wall from my bricks, and these are not all that I made, but there are just some because I put this on the terrace so that we didn't have such a problem with the wind. So I really thank you all for listening. And if anyone has some more questions, I would like to take the answer.
Hi, thank you. I was wondering, is there any interest from larger housing developers to start working with hempcrete in Slovenia?
Sadly no, because everyone, now you see that we have a really big crisis in all the world actually, and in Slovenia it's very, you can see this crisis is affecting us very well. You cannot see many houses were built or are building, and the many big houses that were built like a few years ago, they are still empty because they cannot be sold. So I don't know. Well, I already tried with some people who are making houses from wood, from timber, but you know that this is actually, I wouldn't say it like this, but this is actually like a competition for them, because then we only meet from the wooden scale construction. This is what you see before on the with the timber that was made for the pyramid. So till now I didn't have luck, but I know that soon I will get some chance to really build a hemp house, and then people can go inside and see how this really is to live in that kind of house. So then I think that we can do something good for the people and for the world.
And could it economically compete?
Economically, I must tell you that it's 20% expensive than good, just small, than a passive house. For instance, it's 20% expensive. But the point is, you don't need to heat it a lot. You don't have to make isolation, because this is all on outside. You just put 2 cm of plaster. Inside you can leave it like this. It can be great. So there, if you go through everything, then you see that actually the costs are minimized. And if you see what kind of passive house they're building now, I don't want to talk about it, because they are all materials made from oil, everything actually. So this is what I really don't like. But I know I will get a chance soon, so that we will build a house from hemp, definitely. Hello.
Hello, I am from Luxembourg. My name is Nico Wagner, and I know that there is a big company undergoing a project with hemp building materials. Do you think that your idea can also be exported, like the specialists go from Slovenia to our countries to learn people build these these houses, and then I imagine that it's not 20% more expensive. Is that in your project? Or?
It is about material, because instead of cement you must use another lime, but it's really more expensive. So this is the point, or the problem, or whatever. But still, in the 20 or 30 years, you see that you get a cheap house, the cheaper houses you could get.
So it could be possible that your knowledge can be exported to other producers, like a World Wide Web, for knowledge, because there are a lot of people who want to build themselves a house. And is that in your interest also, or only to produce the material?
No, I'm very wide open. I can go whenever, wherever, no problem, just to be the part of this, what is my goal for my life.
So we will have a drink at the bar.
I know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One point I'd like to point out is that, you highlighted most of the potentials of hemp houses, but I think if we really want to bring it back home, make it mainstream and spread it all over Europe, I think we should also underline the downsides of the hemp houses, because again, we are kind of a profession who should spread the awareness and raise the awareness on hemp products. So yeah, I was just thinking of the drying times of hemp and lime walls, as an example, as a major downside, one among the others.
Well, for the start, when you start to build a house, hemp house, in 1 week you must add a plaster on. So when you do this, then you have no problem. But because since here is no cement, here is only lime, it actually gets the strengthness until 100 years, and it's not 100% stiff or has strength, because from years to years the lime is getting harder and harder and harder. And this is interesting in that kind of building.
Yeah, that process is called mineralization, and it happens when the lime has set down, so when it's dry. And as you said, if you put the plaster after 1 week, from my knowledge, it's not enough to make it start that process. And if hemp and lime is, has got moisture inside, also the hygroscopical and thermal capacity and characteristics of hemp are not fully achieved.
But you know that the lime is actually leaving the moisturize and the air from inside to outside. So this is a breathable wall. This is important. So definitely it dries slowly it dries. It's no problem, because this is the point. The lime, the cement is closing you up, closing you inside. You know, no breathing, no nothing. But hemp with the lime, it can breathe. The wall is breathing. You know, it's like just going up, air is going in, out. So this is the point. So it can dry, it will dry, and it dries definitely.
So you don't think, as example, drying time is not the major issue of the downside of...
It's the process of the lifetime of the hemp house. Let's say it like this. You know, gradually it's getting drier and drier. But as I told you, it's never 100% dry, because it's the lime, as you told already. It's definitely no problem about it. We can arrange to go to see this hemp pyramid. It's interesting place, and it's interesting what we get out of 20 cm of thickness of wall. And for example, I can say that on 8th of 6 we have some picnic there, and it was 28 degrees outside. And when you come inside, there was 22, maximum 23 degrees. And so this is, and it's, this pyramid is definitely under the sun, 100% sun for all day. And what we did was this hempcrete you saw, then we put, of course, this Tyvek folia, then this timber. And this timber I colored later with the used hemp oil, industrial hemp oil. That would be nice, Majda, if we can arrange something. Some bus and we go. It's like 4 hours, no more.
We will do. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's good. Any questions? No?
You talk about the process of hardness of the line. So, you believe this can be structural? I mean, this kind of brick can be structural or not?
This brick can be structural.
But you have structural, I mean, certified to be a structure over all Europe, because apparently what I know is that finally this kind of brick can be used, but not as a structure. So, I mean, the home should be structured by columns of wood, steel, cement, everything, but not only with the brick.
Yeah, of course, scaled construction is definitely the first. Then the bricks or shutterings, this is the question and the wish of everyone.
Yeah, the question is, I don't know if maybe you don't know, in Italy we have one company that make structural brick by wood, chips and concrete. They have make a process to be at this level. In your opinion, we can reach something like that?
This company is in Budapest, it's in Hungary, which are producing this wood, cement.
No, not only this, maybe as a different.
Yeah.
So
okay.
we can, in your idea, we can reach this kind of level with this brick.
We could, but we must use the cement then.
Okay.
But
so to be structural, need the cement.
Yeah, definitely. But we don't want to mess with cement, so we would rather do it with steel or wood.
Yeah, wood and covering or closing the wall with this. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Because this is actually the filler, eh?
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your attention. We see you tomorrow. We will make a hemp brick. Okay?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Šket. Now we continue with Mr. Valerio Zucchini. He is going to do a presentation on hypothesis to reconstruct the production hemp chain by new varieties and new industrial methods.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you to invite me one more time here to talk, and to spread away a little bit important to talk the truth, or listen different ideas from the other. So, is here already? I am here already for the second. I sit because I feel better. It's already the second time, the second year that I present here my situation. I want to explain to the new friends are here my job. I was involved for 10 years in natural fiber cultivation and transformation on panel for isolation, and unfortunately during the last crisis of the building, the economical crisis in Europe, the company that makes isolation are not so good. One for the crisis. The second thing was because the question of type of isolation. 10 years ago, many people talk about isolation as fiber isolation, and to be very isolated with this fiber, the mat of fiber should be very light. So to capture inside the hair. But the rule of European community that changed and asked to the people, to the builder, to include also the acoustic isolation. The acoustic isolation is should be protected, should be isolated by the mass. So the quantity of fiber for panel on the mat have to increase. So increase the price, and then the fiber not become so competitive. Let me say so competitive. And then we have discovered already from 10 years ago this kind of product. Many sieves, there is more cheaper than the fiber, and lime. This is one of the columns which we have founded. And for this reason, the company which was the basis of my knowledge and my work make fiber and goes in bankrupt, and I'm without job. I try to make renew the plant to build a new chain for let me say natural fiber, because we're talking about hemp, but hemp have some nearest grown like flax and canna. There are the three types of natural fiber that we call in Italian liberiane, from the bark, from the liberum of their fiber that come from the liberum. Instead, for example, Caesar come from the leaf. It's completely different. So the approach mechanically to take out one on the other fiber are completely different. So let me start. So I try to hypothesize, as was 1 year ago, to rebuild the hemp chain production, and to do that we need new hemp variety, because come out new products. Because we have new variety, we need new growing methods, and because the new growing method, you need also some machinery that are expressly dedicated to this kind of variety. When I tell variety, I mean dimension, size of the stalk, higher of the growing, and so on. Now this variety I imagine something like that. So we have to collect seed and leaf to go oil and to have different products. So no work. But you can see there in the top part. I insist we need to have long fiber bundle to try to go one more time in the textile, even if we are even if we have loose part of our knowledge, but to do something with these long fibers that is clean completely will be one of the possibility. And short fiber, like short fiber, I mean what normally we understood for industrial fiber. The industrial fiber always have some pollutant inside. There is a percentage of sieve, and this is one of the reasons that we don't have so much success on the industry. And finally, the heart, the core, the sieves, il canafolo, what we say in Italian, to make building. This is one of the column of the possibility. So 1 year ago, I present this income statement that is based in this new hypothesis. If we want to go through the 5, we imagine to have one variety that is not the best of the variety, but has the best of the result in average. So, for example, just for jogging, the best temperature is the man which have the feet on the fire and the heads on the fridge. So this is the best. So you will see there you have 23% of fiber total, and we have to compete, and on the market we have the price of 550 euro per ton. The sieves, if we are able to process the sieves for animal bedding or hempcrete, already we have 300 euro per ton. And finally, hemp seed, which just my friend Paul amend my price, and we have this already for the wood industry. This is the imagination of incoming become 3,500 euro per hectare. That should be divided from agriculture and first processor. Agriculture, poor man, 40%, first industry, 60%. The result of this is that the 8 ton of biomass that the grower have harvested, it should be paid around 1,500 euro per ton. That is more than enough to grow and to make happy the growers. So we go forward. In the 2002, you will see this. Many countries have spent money, financing projects, everything, to approach method. There are industrial methods that make a sort of discount to the process, to the true process. But finally, the results are, the ratio quality prices was not enough. Here is an example of, in the northern Europe, of spring harvest. So the hemp was left during the winter time to be erected, and this is harvested random, set in bale to be delivered to the first processor. This is another method that is using always using always the spring harvesting, but during the harvesting is chopped and so on. But finally, the best consumer of natural fiber, I don't talk about that, of natural fiber, so for the all European guys mean hemp, refuse finally this kind of situation, this kind of cleaning, this kind of industrial fiber. So this is the reason, because we have only few processors in Europe, because the fiber are not enough clean. This is an example. I don't know. Okay, you can see. This is industrial fiber, but you can see that 2-3% of sieve inside. You see the sieves? There are sieves. It is only 2-3%. But the reason why the automotive industry refuse this kind of fiber is because the fiber have to pass in a machine that is called needle punching. Needle punching machine is a strange machine which have 10,000 needles for meter wide. So you imagine if you have some pieces of wood, what's happened to the knife. This is processing absolutely clean fiber. The clean fiber, after it is mixed with synthetical and so on, 50%, 40% according, but no absolutely pieces of wood inside. There is the reason because the people of the automotive industries goes and look for natural fiber, and when they look for natural fiber, they look on South Asia, where they grow kenaf, jute, rossel, and something like that. Because finally, they work like this. We cannot compete with these men. This situation for us is a disaster. For us European, is the life for these people. But these people, as you see there, they stripping stem by stem. So finally, you have fiber really clean for 80 cents of dollar a day. So I say a British no comment, but market is a market. And when we are in this condition, it's difficult to say we don't buy anymore from them, and so very complicated. Only just a remark. Do you imagine the smelling which we have there? So it's a terrible job. It's a terrible job, and this is Bangladesh people. Huh? So this is our competitor. I don't talk about jute, but what we have seen is the price. You see here the price of the Majda. Majda is the natural fiber more near to the hemp is kenaf, Hibiscus cannabinus for the people which knows. There are a price of this year made by International Jute Study Group, so it is official. This is a price of 1 bale plus the cost of the transport of this bale in container, of course. So there is the quantity, there is the quality. Ordinary Majda cutting means 8 centimeter long, exactly made for automotive industry, without any sieves inside. Maybe not well rated, but enough to go in the automotive industry. So there is the price which we have to compete. That's why, if you make a calculation, I said in my incoming statement before, just 550 euro per ton. Otherwise, you don't sell it. So finally, if you want to do something in competition, we have to step from the 1942. This is already something which is available on website. These images are taken from Hemp for Victory, and from there we have to restart if you want to try to rebuild our hemp chain. So the equipment which you have seen here, maybe some growers there are interested already. They feel good to see. He can take from the windrow and make bundle, and so on. So if we have this kind of equipment, maybe some project was no fight. So I try. Let me take your attention on this 2 or 3 photo. There is feeding the bundle in a breaker, and the breaker feeds another machine. There is called turbine. The turbine is for scotching. Please pay attention at this imaging at the end, because is a base for restart. So we restart from where? We restart from the Russian point of view of 20 years ago, where the Russian copied this machine and built up the industry of the natural fiber during the time when in Europe hemp was disappeared. The last of this equipment, the last equipment of this is already in stock from 2 years. You know the guy collect the long fiber, and as was in the 1942 video. So this is nothing new. It's not new. It's not new. Also, the flax industry is already two centuries that work like that. So we don't need to discover nothing. We have to follow exactly the due rating, the Flemish due rating. Difference is the size of the plant. We cannot use hemp flex equipment on the field. In Italy, we have already tried, already 5 years ago, in a project was called Eco Canapa. They lost 12 million of euro, and now the equipment is back to the Belgian people. They buy as old steel wreck. That because someone followed this idea to make the baby hemp to pass in the machine. Wrong. We have someone, maybe you know how I talk about, that try, is not convinced yet they need this kind of machine. He tried to cut in 2 parts the stalk of the hemp to be fed this kind of machine. So, never consider that the equipment for flax are completely different. The flax is, the biggest one is 5 millimeter diameter, and the stalk of the hemp is completely different. Okay, we have to grow something of more even, more suitable to be collected by the industrial. Let me show you what we have done as a second column for supporting the rebuilding of the chain. This is a lime spray. Because it's hempcrete is very good material, so don't have problem to be made like a plaster or maybe casted or something like that. So this valorize the sieves. But attention, the sieve is valorized only if you can sell in this method packet. Otherwise, the sieve don't have any value because cost of the transportation and is too high, and considering that material goes in building area have to be protected from the water. Otherwise, really is a disaster. So the price which I give you before, 300 euro per ton, is referred to the packet sieves only. Otherwise, it's not valid. So, I mean, it's valid, but you have to reduce at 100 euro per ton. So, basically, what we need to reconsider this situation, we need to have a good variety which can give us all this product. The plant have to give us the seed. This is the basis of today. This is the new entry. The seeds, and finally the fiber. This is exactly the opposite of the golden age of the hemp, because it was cultivated just for fiber. To do that, we need to select variety suitable for both production in the proper size and harvested and grow it with proper equipment. We have to consider also seed and leaves as primary resources from the cultivation, where we will be in this exhibition example very good, pole and so on. So what we can take out from the hemp, okay, we have many experts here, but just an idea for the new entry. We can do oil, flour, milk, seed, panel. The situation should be like that, okay, including THC content, but this according to the local law. We have to rediscover that the hemp was a medicine. So this is Carlo Erba, one of the most important pharmaceutical company in Italy. These are his products. And also in America there is some products made by hemp. So that means stepping back on the cultivation, we need to collect flower, seed and leaf. So now I touch the situation which is the promise of last year, to present here one equipment. There is a multifunctional machinery. As you see, the red arrow is the possibility for this equipment, and the different methods are indicated over there. So this is the machine. Sorry, I forgot. CSS8 mean cutting, stripping, swatting. 8 feet large. Okay. So is a mechanical drawing. I hope you are able to understand. If not, wait the next slide. So we enter. We have a wheel that collects the top part, so no seed fall out of the harvest. 2 belts bring the stalk on the position for stripping, and 2 chain conveyors. This is copy of Beseski. Make swatting, make a swat. Yes. This is a section on cut on the stripping device. You see the belt that bring the stalk on in operation, and at the end you have here. So follow, fall, go up, leaf and seed are collected here. The stalk go down and is discharged on the ground. Is discharged in 2 methods, parallel to the cut or orthogonal to the cut, according if you go collecting for industrial scope, then you can go with a rotobaler or a chipper, or in the other direction is for duretting system, where you have to turn over the windrow. But maybe it's not clear enough. Better if we... What's up? Okay. There is the machine, 3-dimensional, maybe it's more easy to understand. The stalk are here. This is pulled by a simple tractor of 50 kilowatts, no more. Everything is collected down in a bed. The bed goes to feed the belt and the stripper, and the chain conveyor line down the stalk already naked. So this same view, but the seed, the leaf, and the other material is collected from the back by a ventilator, and then is blown in a trilapse. It should be on the back. This because in any case, the seed of the seed, I talk a seed, but we can talk also leaf. In any case, the seed, this is the most important thing, is always have to pass to the dryer. So finally, I collect everything, and in another place or with a special, not special, there are already machine ready. There are dried and packed on the places. So this is I'm late. This is a first test for stripping. I have made only three roller, and then was a mistake, and that's why I am not able to make a demonstration on the field, because the top part is not stripped. So I need to set, as you have seen in the mechanical drawing, 5 strippers, 3 on the bottom and 2 on the top. Of course, the equipment can take not so high start. We have decided to take in the standard machine, I mean, only 2 meter 400. That means we can talk about 2 meter 800. Yeah, 2 meter 400 is the size of logistics tax on the roads. But really, if we go and check well some variety, maybe the variety for seed, monohecho style, are not so high. So we start to talk about phenolics like it is, but this is not a problem. There you don't make any stalk processing. But USO 31 or many other that have to be adjusted at this dimension. Because otherwise, if we start to talk about, let me say, traditionally Italians, Carmagnola or something like that, better instead to use a machine, better if you go and call the timberman, so it becomes too big and too high. So finally, let me show you my vision about CSS 8. This is a field which is flax. You see, they collect the seed, they swatting the stalk. There are four equipment because they collect only 1 meter. And now the more clever understand why the dimension in eye is so important. Because if you line down to be diureted, you cannot line down something which is more than your cutting width. Because otherwise your retting should be not equal. Because one stalk goes on the other stalk. So this is one of the things that is most important to receive good fiber. So that is important because we cannot line down stalk of 4 meter high. So the traditional variety so high have to be worked as traditional work. Cutting by hand, bundle, put in the water, and then you will receive fantastic fiber, but not industrial fiber. Of course, this is an example of hemp already cut, diureted. You see here between is the height of the. This is USO 31 in Ukraine. There is height more or less 2 meters. Of course, after stripping, you lose a part, the top part, so becomes shorter. This is the vision of the diureting, but for next year, I promise you to present the turnover machine, so for turning. Otherwise, the wrapping is not regular. And on the bottom you have the fungus, on top you have the dry. So after you are not able to scratch. Thank you, I have finished. Any question? A lot. Questions?
1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
Okay, so if I have understood it right, this new machine bypassed the problem of the classical combine harvesting techniques that cut at a certain level of the plants, which create a range of collecting the seeds and leave out the lower plants and the higher plants that are not collected by the classical combine harvested.
Yes.
Is that correct?
So is another myth. The classic combine is suitable for the low size of hemp, phenola or something like that. So why the classic combine has problem? Because the classic combine cannot go so high to collect the seed on top of 3 meters. The classic combine, maybe even there are modified can arrive in here. So you have 1.5 meters of stalk and under 50 grams of seed. You have too much biomass that goes inside to the combine, and the combine don't work properly. That is the reason why many people have this problem. Other problem for combine is for the DHS type. When you go harvest DHS type, you have the male is already dry, dead, and the female are on the way. So finally, the male become already fiber because 2-3 weeks after the day become easy to break the start, wrapping the drum in the combine, because the normally drums of the combine are not big enough to pass 1.20 meters or 2 meters of start. Finally, because if you go there and have a drum of 800 millimeters and pass 1 meter to under of start, maybe become wrapped. This is why. The equipment, answering to your question, the equipment make a different method. I harvest everything. I mean, I collect seed, leaf, etc. I go on the dryer because in any case, combine or not combine, I have to go on the dryer because otherwise, if I wait to be dry in the field, I lose seed. And I clean after the dryer or just before the dryer. Depends from the dryer which you have. So if I collect everything, maybe the leaves are some interested over there to sell the leaves of hemp to do some different product. With the combine, you must live on the ground, so you lose. This is a method that I try to combine a little bit.
Questions?
Hello. On your presentation, you showed this construction with blocks, which were actually cement,
Yes.
and you sprayed it with hempcrete.
Yes.
The spray itself, so even though there's the blocks, it still has the characteristics of hemp construction, fully hemp. In the sense, it's still breathable, even though there's the blocks of cement in between.
Okay, the structure you have seen is, in my opinion, I talk about Italy. Or you make a structure, supporting structure, wood, concrete or steel, and then you goes and by casting or by brick, you close your structure, and this is hemp house. Or you take a standard house, for example, 3 or 4 floor high. You make a structure and close the external part, and just you coat the internal part with this system, become not a house, a hemp house, but something which could be suitable, giving you the benefits of the hemp and the benefits of the standard constructions. One of the big buildings which we have done in Italy this year was a block made like that. So no any problem for structural calculation, something like that. Completely coated inside with hempcrete, like this. This and the Bari city in the south Italy, where is not so important the heating, but it's important the cooling during the summertime. So this is we use this normally. So standard house, of course, with brick terracotta. But you understand terracotta? They are standard, coated, insulated by hempcrete. It's the easy way to start with it. Of course, if you have your own home made completely in hempcrete, maybe you feel better. This is the builder they build home for others, so they have to compare system and in competition with other materials. It's clear enough for? Yeah. Thank you. More question? Okay, thank you so much. On my desk over there, many products, good or not good. I can show you if you like.
Thank you, Mr. Zucchini. Now we're going to have a coffee break until 11:30, when we will be back live. In the meantime, we would like to thank all the organizations who have co-financed this Congress and all the sponsors and partners. So see you in half an hour.
Koliko mesno vrtele?
To 15 minut?
Zavlek to, da si sigurno.
Ne, zato mislim, da je samo.
Ko če bi kaj mesti naše, kaj imamo video, šelo?
Ne bi ne znaš nikada dati, kroz kamere ide.
Ko pa če bi delali gor spod? Te pa daj.
Ja, čekaj, to najboljšega bi tam dali, ne?
Ja, tam pa povečaj si.
Ja, čekaj, te pojdemo tam.
A ja, tak.
I can get you that picture if you want. Do you want that picture in the PowerPoint? I can send it to you.
No, it is on Google. This picture, you need it?
No, I was just saying is if you want to put it, I can just get the picture there.
No, we must put on the projector.
But you have the PowerPoint. I've sent
later?
Yeah.
We will have PowerPoint later. Just a second.
Because I'm saying the... Can I go across?
Okay, you just...
So I have for the lunch break, I have all the sponsors on PowerPoint. That's what Pablo told me to do. So whenever you need me, I have them all ready. You just
you just put it in computer and just play it. Yes.
Okay. But my point was, can you actually play it rather than play it?
No.
So I'll just play there. Yeah,
yes, because I don't have the image mixer, you know.
Yeah, no problem. I'll send I'll send an email to that computer, and it'll be the best way. Just let it be like this, eh? Just films.
Huh? Yes, I will film the...
Veš kaj, imam 6 rok zraven.
Ostalo je samo, moraš se veš. Mojster, jaz se upravičujem, ker sem šel prej mimo. Si bil pacak, si tak sploh hotel z rokami.
Mogel sem te videti, nekako sem mogel.
Veš, ni tak strašne drame, ni to Hollywood.
Ja, samo veš.
Vem, jaz zelo dobro.
Mora biti narejeno,
kot
mora biti, ne?
Od tem ne bi. Pač, se upravičujem, pa par dni sem videla, zdaj tukaj bom jaz, če te ne moti, pa malo, če boš lahko pogledal, da ne bo kdo kaj vzel, jaz bom kar pustil kamero.
Kaj ti zdaj si še živo glas dolga ste? Pa nemo mi klepetove poživo.
Majda, ali jaz komu dam fotografije, ki jih napravim? Tebi? Ja, lahko tebi, ko bodo. Konec dneva. Samo.
Vidiš jutri, da?
Sorry for running back and forth here.
No problem.
I did not think about it.
No problem.
But now it's no problem, right?
No problem.
You should also give a presentation next May. You can also give your presentation on stage. Very good presentation. We always have new speakers.
But you built already with this country, this European Industrial Hemp Association, you're already building something? Not yet, huh?
The association itself not, but I know that the guy you were talking about, he was already there.
Steve Allen too, I know. Okay, so he might be preparing. Yes. Cool. Thank you. And I will mail my visit card too.
Čuj, kaj imaš ti mogoče, kako je SD kartica?
Pizarja, 2 sem si vzel.
Bilo kako, če je 10 mega samo.
Ne, samo eno, 2 sem si vzel in mislim, sem hotel vzeti, pa mi je ena v računalniku ostala. Pa ravno sem si rezervo imel. Pizarja. To ne bi mogoče imel še klikmer.
Kameru tisto slikamo, to je kongres, recimo, pa še kaj. In na kameru dam eno sliko. Če lahko vrnem, jaz ni problem.
Se vem, samo če... Ne, jaz Maribor pa se jutri vrnem. Jutri bom se gotovo na kartico, danes pa je nimam. Računalnik pa sem pustil, ko sem prazna.
Kaj bom jaz potem prošel tu?
Pa grem z nas bolj, pa potem je
Škoda je to težko. Bog daj. Čuj, ti si došel, le? Imaš mogoče kako? Samo tu je uravljeno za kamer. Makar da se pega, če se pega. Ja, veš, ti se kockica široka, ne ona tanka podolgovata. Pač ko je za fotoaparate. Bilo kako, ali lahko je za mene 200 let stane, ali pa če ima samo za en sliko, bi nas bi dobili.
We can try and get it.
Yeah? Okay.
Pa v kameru bi dal notri to kartico, ne, da bi lahko slikal neko sliko recimo.
My name, so someone will introduce me in the end. That's my name.
It's a little bit hot here.
That's a good point. I'll get that sorted. I think it's because of all the people and machinery and stuff.
But there should be some air conditioning, just a little bit, no?
Yeah, I think there's this. Like this big fan. How do you say download?
Or maybe the whole building is insulated with it has air conditioning. It has air conditioning. Yeah, yes. But I don't know how to turn it on. So. It's interesting. When the lesson is, the air conditioning,
you can check us out. You have an amazing policy on Canada.
When is when schools on Australia?
No, I was actually just traveling, and I was coming from Poland. My friends are Polish, and there was some. And I don't know. So I was going down. Yes. I was getting a flight from Prague. I was getting a flight from Prague, and I was in Ostrava, and I was in the bar, and the music thing. So you sit down and you ask for the beer, which is amazing business. I love cheap beer. And then you just turn, and next, right in the bar, there's a guy, he said, who's offering anything. And papers and everything. You just get it all sorted.
Can I make it like my computer for a while? That's okay.
Like this.
Is there a different keyboard?
No, we have some symbol up the A. Last slide, I remember.
Maybe last slide?
Last slide.
Is it actually clear? I thought there was going to be like a missing element for this or something. No, go for it. Like, don't worry. Take your time. What I needed to know, I can do that.
I add there the space for writing. Here.
Osim Megičov sam zrihtal.
Kaj?
Osim nekše stvari smo našli.
To je čisto dovolj.
Probaj, če
Skrabim za dve slike, veš?
Ja.
Čakaj malo. Samo malo.
Ker smo htjeli na računalniku financirati, pa ni htjel. Ker pa na kameru, v kameru je pa je zrihtal.
Ni htjel?
Pa nismo tako.
Veš, rabim pa tu ena slika je koliko 500 kg mogoče, veš? Kratko nekaj je notri, samo to nikaj ne funkcionira. Osem mega je. Kje si to našel?
A gumari pizdu. Kad bude tu. Svašta je. 628 še.
Card error.
Kaj neš ti to? Za kamere. Tu je kamen.
Welcome back, everybody. A special greeting also to our live stream viewers. We continue with our program. Our next speaker is Ms. Hana Gabrielova, and she will tell us more about hemp flower potential and processing. Thank you, please.
I'm good to be here, and I'm happy that I have also a possibility to present my work, what I'm doing in Czech Republic. I'm interested in hemp more than 17 years, so the work what I'm doing is doing my best with hemp after so many years of experience with this beautiful plant. We will go through all these issues or content. First of all, we will speak about hemp potential as global, but it will be quick view. Later on, I want to introduce you the potential of hemp flowers, because it's not so much known product, but with the medical interest in CBD, it's increasing very fast, this industry, the use of hemp flowers. Later on, I want to touch the legislation, because it's still not clear how is it with hemp flowers. We can use it or we can extract it. And later on, I will go or show you how we are doing it on our farm, like the growing, harvesting, drying, processing, and also how we use it, like what different kinds of products could be made from hemp flowers. So hemp potential, you know, this is a picture from like 1 week ago from our field, the variety called Borut, and it's very, no, this is not, sorry. This is hybrid DC, it's a Hungarian variety. So this we will also harvest it for flowers. So the potential, it's very big. Hemp seeds, hemp stalk, cheese, fiber, flowers, and also hemp roots, which was used in India for kind of medical products. And so maybe in the future we will come back to this old known use. Why hemp flowers? When I was thinking how I can be hemp farmer as a small company which want to use their production for their own product, I decided to grow hemp on small field. But from small field, it's difficult for a farmer to use the seeds or to process the stalk, because it's only 1 hectare. But from 1 hectare you can get pretty big amount of flour, what for small company could be enough to process and start to do some own production. So we decided to process hemp flowers, because it was for us much more easy than do big fields and look for some machine. Also, it's the oldest known use of this plant because I think first of all was used as a medical plant. Now it's very interesting to use hemp flowers for extraction for CBD oil or other content cannabinoids in the flowers. So this is our main part of the production, but we are using it or selling it. I think it's important to use hemp flowers because it's also developed the all diversity of hemp use, and I think hemp flowers cannot be forgotten. Everybody knows hemp seeds, hemp stalk, all the different kinds of use, but not so much you can read about hemp flowers. And sometimes the people are surprised that we use it for products that I will speak about later. And what I would like to also do with hemp, and what I'm already working on in Czech Republic with the Minister of Agriculture, to put hemp not only because hemp is known as an industrial plant mostly, but it's herbs also. So I would like to add hemp in the hemp products or in the hemp plants, which are a special list of in agriculture, certifications and all the subsidies. So I would like that hemp will be also possible to use as a herb, as a herbal product, as you use in mint or chamomile or other nice herbal products. And also I think hemp flowers gives a lot of open space for research projects and studies, because there is not so much knowledge about hemp flowers and when to harvest it, when is the best time, or how is the connection to the hemp content of CBD, and which varieties are the best for CBD. And so I think there is need still a lot of work to be done before we can tell the farmers, you want to grow hemp flowers for CBD production, you have to choose this variety. It's not clear yet, because mostly all the research center or all the scientists work on other products like seeds or fiber, but not on hemp flowers. In Czech Republic there is a potential of hemp flowers in food herbal products. We do the hemp teas and hemp salt for kitchen. We getting demand also from beer production or alcohol production. They use the hemp buds adding to the alcohol as a cannabis vodka. It's very famous in Prague. They use it also in cosmetics because they extracted the hemp flowers in the hemp oil, and later they use the hemp oil for cosmetics. You can use it also for aromatherapy if you make the essential oil from fresh flowers. They use it also for spa industry. They make a strong hemp tea, and they use it in a few spas in Czech Republic, and with good results for skin problems like dermatology problems. And I think there is a big potential also in veterinary medicine. If cannabis could help humans also, why not animals? The legislation it's difficult. In Czech Republic, I speak about Czech Republic because this is what I know, but I think more than less it could be same in other countries as well. We have the narcotic law which allowed the farmers to grow hemp. They had just announced till the end of May how big field they are growing, if it's above the 100 square meter, and till the end of the year they have to announce how much they get and how they was using it. The problem is that if you want to extract the hemp flowers, you have to hold the content of THC, which is difficult because in hemp flowers its content of THC 0.2 should be maximum, but if you make the extraction means the concentration, so you already goes over it. So in the extractions for hemp flowers, they mostly doing that they mixing with talc or see something else that they eliminate the limit of THC. When I was asking the Czech Agriculture and Food Inspection Authority how we can use the hemp flowers, or there is possible to use it, they said yeah, because no problem, because industrial hemp is non-described as a psychoactive plant because it's 0.3 THC. We have 0.3 THC in Czech law, so which is 0.1 more than in Europe. But if we use the hemp flowers in our products, we have to always put on the label how much content, how big content of THC is in the product, or how much percentage of hemp is in the product, or both. And also now it's going on in Czech Republic a new project which support government for use of hemp green material, which should somehow change the law or legislation, set up somehow that it's not gray zone for use of hemp flowers, and it's clear how we can use it and for which kind of product, how will be possible to make the extraction. But till now, the extraction in Czech Republic is something unclear. I know that it's many companies is doing it, but if the government authorities go to control it and they go strictly how is the law written, they can make a trouble. So this law should make it clear. So now something about Hemp Point. So I established Hemp Point company, which is my own company, in 2010, and I wanted to make some wholesale products and retail sell for smaller shops which want to buy some hemp products and they don't know where. And also I am advisor for hemp farmers, or for farmers who decided to grow hemp or start to do this. And I'm importing the seeds for sowing for them from breeders from around Europe. And in 2011 we started cooperation with Biofarm Sasso, which is one of the biggest biofarm in Czech Republic with meat production. They do pigs and cows. And they had some experience with growing hemp, so I decided to continue with them because they are very nice people. And in 2011 they also started biogas power station. So they have biogas production, and from this goes a lot of waste heat, what we can use for drying the flowers. And this year we established the project Medicine, which is field where we produce vegetable and herbal production, what we want to use also for our product. This is the biofarm from there, and this is the picture of our vegetable garden. I'm not so proud this year of it because the gardening needs much more time that I have, but hopefully next year will be much more better. Growing harvesting, we growing only the EIHA varieties, which are Phenola, Compolti, Tizativorzalesi, Carmagnola. for the reason that the monoicas has much more problem with the moisture, and we want to have clear flowers. We harvest the flowers by hand, so we can simply separate it. We sowed the seeds in the late April to the mostly should be well prepared soil, which is not so easy in this big farm where they don't have so much capacity to really care the field how I will expect. We sow around 15-20 kilo per hectare. The fertilizing should be focused on phosphor for the flowers production, and we limit the nutrition because we don't need so high plants. We start to harvest when it's the milk majority of the seeds, which means this year we start to harvest in August because we had the vanilla variety, and we must harvesting till the end of September. We cutting the third top of the plant. This year we have a machine for harvesting, I will show you later. And we manually made the bunches and bring the bunches to drying space. And later we strip them, and the result about the flowers, it's like 3 tons from the field, from the 1 hectare field, of the wet flowers, with like 3 tons of the third of the plant. So it's not only the flowers, there is also the stalk. And we got around 5 kilo pure material, dry pure material. This is the harvester what we use this year, first time, which cut the plants and put them on the side. So later can go to people and just collect the flowers. This is how we did it last year, and this is how, in the middle there is how we did the vanilla this year. And processing, we wait all the flowers on the entrance to the drying space that we can measure it for our result. With the biogas waste heat from the biogas power station around 38 temperature. They are dry there during 2 days, but sometimes they need to stay there longer. Depends how temperature is also outside and how much wet are the flowers. But we have also strong air circulation in our drying space, so 4 days maximum and they are totally dry. And all the material which follows down, we giving back to the farm because they feed the pigs, like the mothers when they are pregnant and after they have small, so they give them a little bit of hemp flowers too as a support. And we manually strip the flowers and we pack them to the bags and bring them to the company which make the separation of the seeds and stem. And we get the 3 calibration of the herbs, like different, like 2 millimeters to 4 millimeters and bigger than 4, which is sometimes important for our customers. Someone needs it for tea, takes the bigger one, it's for extraction, the smaller one. And we got also the dust, because by the separation we clean all the herbs from dust and seeds and stuff. And we do also the vacuum packs and palletizing from herbs to keep the quality. Yeah, this is our drying space, and in the right down there is the machine for separation. It's, we do it in a big company which processes the vegetables, so they have huge capacity. So this machine can process 2 tons per day. Here is an interesting picture of the difference between 1 kilo vacuum pack of herbs and 1 kilo vacuum pack of pellets. So you can see that we can make it more efficient if we will start to make a pellet. And the pellets are important for the beer production. They ask for it because for them they use humulus lupulus, I don't know the English word. They use also pellets, so for them pellets are the best product for making beer of hemp. And it's very interesting for all the beer industry in Czech Republic because it's very known Czech beer, and now it's very famous, all the different tastes of beer like plum or I don't know, different, but all it's made from chemicals. And some brewery doesn't want to add some chemicals to the total natural product like this beer. So they like to try hemp as a natural product, which is also similar, very, very close in botanic structure to the mother plants. Yeah, and on the picture on the left down, it's the view if you make the CO2 for critical extraction, what you get. It's nothing nice, I just added there that it's also one product what it's made from hemp flowers, and also we sell the buds for alcohol industry, which is interested, which needs to have it as a flower to add it to the bottle of hemp vodka or whatever. Yeah, and here are our products, herbal salt, hemp teas, and we also sell the flowers for people who make hemp drinks. And this is our last product, which we made together with a farm. This is hemp flowers extracted in hot pig fat. Because on the farm they have a traditional pig variety called Přeštické pig, and we started to produce this fat extracted with hemp flowers, and this year we won for this product Czech Bio Product competition. It will be announced today in Czech Republic. And we are very proud of it because it's not so easy. There is many bio companies making some products and getting chance to win this competition. And the farm already win this competition 3rd time. So this is together with our products. So we are very proud, and we also add a little bit. A few drops of our hemp bio essential oil to this product. So could be used also for skin, like for children or something like that. Not only for eating it. And so maybe you will be interested in what we are doing with the rest of the plant. It's not clear yet, but in Czech Republic is a group of people who are working on the decorticator of Mr. Schlichter. This guy from the United States, Australian guy who was living in the United States from the beginning of the 20th century, and he developed a very nice machine for decortication of hemp stalk, and never was used this machine, mostly because later happened to sad history of hemp in the United States, and so they downloaded the patent from the patent agency of the United States, and they made it. So this year they will move it to our farm, and we will use we will try to process on it our long stem or stalk to get the sheaves and fiber. So when we will have cleaned our drying space, we will fill it with the stalk and start to process it on this machine. But how it will be, I will tell you next year. Thank you for your attention. Some question?
Hello. I'm curious, do you have any idea yet what you will do with the sheaves and fiber that you will get off this machine? Do you have an application yet for the sheaves and fiber you will be producing?
Yes, we can simply sell it in Czech Republic to paper industry, to fiber and sheaves for building. It's big demand, it's no problem to sell this in Czech Republic. Yeah.
You will not make your own products with it? Just...
Well, maybe my own house as a first step, and later I will see. Like, I need to see how this machine will work, and so yeah, there is capacity on the farm to establish quite big production, big processing of hemp stalk, because they have cheap electricity from the biogas. They have enough heat to dry the stalk before the processing, so I think it's quite good condition to do this on the farm. But all depends on the machine, so I will tell you when we will try it, how is it, and we will see what next.
Can I ask one more question, or is there? Yeah. Sorry. I was also wondering, because this is like a 100-year-old machine, I believe, pretty much. The corticator is about 100 years old, and do you still think it will be better than, for instance, the machine Mr. Zucchini just presented us?
Like this machine was made as a 100 years old machine, but of course the constructors made it, like adapted it to the conditions which are like important now, and this is only the heart of the processing, so there must be put something in front, some next steps, so this needs to have a lot of work done before we can start to really sell the fiber and sell the sheaves. But if the machine will work well, there is the reason to add there the next step and the steps behind the machine that can go like continuously.
Thanks.
I have to ask you a question about population. So you tell us that normally you see 20 kilograms for hectare, yes? Have you made, and for this reason you have very high plants, because there's not too much population in the ground. You never think to increase your population to keep lower the plant, able to be harvested with some different type or some different method? This is the first question. The second question is the timing of collecting flower. Of course, should be early. So, how you have a relationship between flower and seed? So, what is the best of this situation? And what about the flower of the male? Is dangerous? No, not dangerous. You go on the field and pick up and take away the male? No. So you collect everything.
No. We grow only the dioica plants, so when we start the harvest, the male are already dead.
Yes, but at that time you have also seed.
Yeah, we have seeds.
The ripening is already very long time.
We have seeds.
You use dioic type, dioic type mean very long period of flower. So what is the best for you to center there?
Yeah,
more seed, more flower?
No, we are not interested in the seeds. Like for us, the seeds are not interesting because when we dry them, when we dry the flowers, sometimes goes the temperature up to 40, and the seeds are not the best quality for food production. So for us, it's important to keep the best quality of the flowers, and all the seeds would we are separate from the herbal material. We are giving also back to the farm. They feed them they feed the animals with it. It's like for me, it's also important to have the circulation also with the farm, some like cooperation that because this the possibility that I can do this on the farm, it's also because I'm giving back something to the farm. Okay. They give me the field, they give me all the machines, they give me space, so I have to also, I feel that I have to also give something back to the farm.
Yeah, but in any case, to try to reduce your manpower on the field is just a suggestion. Try a small point to do something of more near, so that the plant still lower, and maybe you have the ratio between the plant and the enforce to collect maybe is advantage for you. This is my opinion on it.
Okay.
Suggest. Thank you.
Hanga, thank you for a great talk. Did you, when you take out the seeds, you take that out before drying or after drying?
After drying. We dry it in the bunches, in the drying.
Yeah.
Like this.
Okay.
Yeah, dry it. We strip it, we put it, if it's not perfect dry, we put it on the plastic something. And we bring it to this machine, and this machine downstairs separate the seeds and the stalk and make perfect clean herbal material because it's also clean of the dust. Like imagine from last year 500 kilo of the pure herbal material, clean, 3 different kinds of calibration. We got around 40 kilo of the dust. What we separate, it's a little bit like 7-8% of the dust we separate. So all the people who are buying the hemp flowers, which are not separate from dust, they are also paying the dust in it. But I really want to sell the best because I'm doing organic only, and I'm mostly selling it for the medicine. Or this is what I want because I also established in Czech Republic the patient organization, and I feel that this is important as a herbal plant to use it. So I really need to keep the quality.
So what do you do with your dust?
With my dust, feed animals.
Happy cows.
Yeah, we really, it was interesting because on the beginning when we was trying to feed them with this herbal material, the pigs was like afraid, like running around, and they just didn't touch it. But after 1 week, every day we tried it, we start to eat it, and like after 1 month when we start to feed them on the beginning of the haul, or in the end was like calling us like, bring it fast how we can. It was really, they just, now they know it and they like it. Because they feel that it's good for them. And we giving only the pregnant pigs and the small one. Not the regular one.
Maybe it's not only dust.
Oh, it's not only dust, of course. But this I also don't want to sell because it's dust with resin. Yeah, but sell dust with resin. Difficult how you will explain that it's something good if it's in a resin dust. Like, and this is not possible to separate. And the pigs like it, so we added to the mixture of the feed for them. Yeah.
Okay, so can you tell us more about the yields, maybe per hectare, so you need to measure, and maybe some differences between organic farming and conventional, let's call it this, farming, in the light of flower harvesting?
Difficult because last year it was first year when I was really measure my results, but there wasn't so regular field what we was like doing on. So after this year I will have clear numbers. I only know that like what I said, that the potential is like 3 tons of wet material and 500 of dry material separate from the seeds, whatever. This I can tell you that is potential, but depends how good you have the field, which variety you are growing. There is many different, many things what you have to put on the table and calculate. And also one friend of mine who is growing hemp for 12 years now for flowers, this year made a nice experiment that he really eliminated the nutrition for growing and put there much more phosphor, and which brings him very small plants, but he can harvest very easy. But I think it's not good for soil, because the soil needs to be always maintained in good condition, and if you don't put there one thing and you put much more other thing, I think it's not good for. And in organic farming, I will never do this, because in organic it's much more difficult to work with the old nutrition. So and he doesn't make organic, so he can on conventional field. It doesn't matter what you put in. It's already enough.
I have a question. Regarding your pig hemp cream, that's the winner. Do you use these pigs that you have on the farm to make this fat from the pig? Yes?
Yeah, of course, because they have own slaughter house on the farm.
On the farm?
On the farm, so they do own meat production, own sausages, own salami, whatever.
And these are the pigs that are eating hemp.
Yeah.
Really? I want to buy these products. Yeah, we'll start later, okay.
So you can go to BioFarm has a bio e-shop, so they sell. And it's interesting because BioFarm, they are connected to Macro and to Tesco. They are suppliers of Macro and Tesco, because how they are so big. So for Macro and Tesco, it was important that they will get some supplier which really can supply them with big amounts. So they find this BioFarm. And the owner wasn't happy. Then he was like, go. So they was coming there like a half year and trying to get him. And after 1 year, when they came there with like 4 cars, and they was just waiting for him all day. So in the end they said, okay, but no discount. So they getting, he doesn't pay any listing, he doesn't give them any discount, and they buy it all, and he has own regals with his logo, what payback logo him.
And it's said that the pigs are fed with this.
No. No, it's really like in general he has so many pigs that they getting, I don't know, during 1 month it's all our waste feeding them. So
Well, I still want the cream. I want to bake my eggs on it, you know.
yeah, we have a harvest till the end of September, so everybody is welcome.
Yes.
Because I employ the people in Czech Republic. Everyone is welcome. Good. And you can stay on with us on the farm. Good. And buy there
when?
When?
End of September.
No, yeah, like from middle of the September we will be back on the farm because we have other fields.
Okay.
But from 15 September we will be back on this farm harvesting hemp manually. We have there cooperative varieties, 6 hectares, what should be harvested.
If I get a chance, I'll come to
Yeah,
check.
you can come. I pay accommodation full for people. There is TP for you can swim.
Let's go to check.
Yeah, it's nice. It's nice work and it's nice time for people also. They like it. Sometimes they tell me that I don't want to be paid. Like I'm here happy. I don't need money. Okay. So thank you, Kolar. Thank you.
Pass this around so everybody can try.
I think one could be enough for one.
To continue with our program, our next speaker is Mr. Sani Okretič Resulbegović. He will present us the Slovenian hemp cooperative KonopKo.
want to. Okay, I guess we solved the problems. Last year I was here nicely invited by Ms. Majda to present Building with Hemp. Okay, the year has passed and we weren't sleeping, the year was quite busy. So this year I would like to present you the cooperative for hemp named KonopKo, which we established with few enthusiasts. It was quite a work, a few months of work that we got here where we are now. So the KonopKo, or the hemp cooperative, is a social enterprise, and it's a cooperative for development of sustainable production and processing of hemp. So the question is, what were the motives to establish a hemp cooperative here in Slovenia? Well, our country is a bit specific because it's quite small, and the production of hemp, it's not so popular. Okay, it's more and more popular every year, but longer gone the times when our ex-country, Yugoslavia, was in the 50s, was producing 25% of European hemp, and that was 6% of world hemp. So the specific of our country is that average Slovenian hemp farm is rather small. Small means that the average farmer has about 1 to 2 hectares of hemp, industrial hemp. So having such a small farm, it's not so economical to buy all the machinery. So the individual progress of farmers is harder when they are working alone. So they have to gather information all by their own. What we noticed here in Slovenia is insufficient knowledge on hemp production and processing due to not being so popular yet. So the good news is that hemp growing, hemp processing, consumption and request is increasing here in Slovenia and whole the world. And another good side of our country is that our country is small and easily accessible for transportation, of course. So what are the intentions of this cooperative? It is connecting farmers, processors, innovators and researchers of hemp. So people from different fields who wouldn't meet otherwise, except the events like this one today. The next intention is development of production and processing of hemp instead of making just profit. Okay, this is one thing I will get back later, and it's a lot of story here about these cooperatives. So the thing is, we are not working for profit, to keep the profit, to, I don't know, to sell it to Cyprus or Luxembourg, but we are investing this profit in the research, development, and for growth of the cooperation. It's meant to be support to small and middle enterprises because for them it's the most hard to progress. Okay, we are not interested in multinational companies because they usually take care of them all. Next intention is fair trade with hemp products. Everybody gets fair payment for their work or their products. The next thing is promotion of organic farming and sustainable supply with hemp products. There is a lot of knowledge about hemp that, for example, we in this room all are familiar with, but most of people don't know, or they knew and they forgot. And the thing is to connect countryside with the urban centers. So we are giving people from the rural areas a chance to sell their products in the cities. The purpose of the cooperative is sustained implementation of social entrepreneurial activities in the following areas. Fair trade, on the basis of ethical, transparent and equitable business relationships between growers and manufacturers and retailers aimed primarily at ensuring fair payment to growers and producers. So the thing we would like to prevent is dumping of the prices and exploiting of farmers. So everybody with this payment can survive and prosper in the long run. Then on, we'd like to encourage and support members of the cooperative in the form of an exchange of knowledge and different devices and machines for the production and processing of hemp. Okay, this is one very important thing. Like I said before, farms are here in Slovenia, they're usually very small. So with the cooperative, okay, the cooperatives are actually nothing new here, for example in Slovenia. They were very common in the ex-communist system, but then with the free market, they mostly died, or they sucked them dry actually. So we would like to revive this economical system. So for example, to give a simple example, I don't know, 5 farmers, it doesn't make sense that each of them buys a tractor. So if they buy them together, it's much cheaper for all of them. And the business is more sustainable. Then on, to establish a standard of quality for products from hemp under the auspices of the cooperative. The thing is, if you want to sell your products, they must go through some tests, laboratory tests, if you want to get the certificates. And these things are not so cheap, especially if you have a small farm. So the idea is to connect these farmers together, so they do all these researches that are needed for certificates, they do it together, so it costs them less. Then on preservation of the cultural, technical and natural heritage in the field of hemp agriculture. Like I said before, before the prohibition, Slovenia was, like the rest of Yugoslavia, was very familiar with hemp. It was quite normal at the end of 19th century for people to wear hemp clothes. So this is part of the tradition we would like to revive. Then on to informing and educating the latest in production and processing of hemp. Okay, I will get to this later on, but the intention is to have like a knowledge center in the cooperative, which takes care of all its members. So not everybody has to read all the books, to surf all the net, to find the information they need. So they find it in one place. Then on is a very important thing, advocacy on legislative issues that affect hemp. Because, okay, the laws, for example, here in Slovenia, okay, with small steps are getting better and better, but it's still going actually rather slow. So it's a good thing to have, I don't know, for example, lawyers in this cooperative who defend your statements, for example, in the parliament when laws are being accepted. Operating on the following, it means our cooperative is operating on the following principles of the cooperatives. So this means voluntary and open membership, which means that almost everybody can join, so it must be extremely problematic to not get in. Then on democratic co-managing of members, that means that each member has one vote, and it's not like like it's usual in the companies, the pyramid system, you know, with hierarchy, so everybody counts the same when it's a question of big decisions. Financial participation of members, this must be, so everybody is financing this cooperative to get the results back. Autonomy and independence, education, training and access to information, cooperation between cooperatives, and concern for the local community. Our cooperative is operating on the principles of social entrepreneurship, which means it means autonomous initiative, establishment with non-commercial intention. Okay, it doesn't mean that it doesn't make money. It makes money, but it's not commercial, which is two different things. Activity in the public interest, which of course it is, because we are taking care of environment with growing of hemp, which doesn't need any chemistry, no pesticides, and so on. Voluntary action, like I said before, every such story, like cooperative, it demands a lot of free work in the beginning, before it starts to work work by itself. So, like I said before, for us to come to this day, it took hundreds and hundreds of not paid hours. Then on independence, market orientation, so the products we are developing we like to sell. Inclusion of volunteer work, equality of membership, like I said before, one member, one vote, stakeholder participation in the management, non-profit operation, transparency of operations, and publicly beneficial activities. Okay, this is one thing that refers to our act on state act on social enterprise. Okay, some who are not from Slovenia, it might not be so interesting, but some of you might know what's it all about. So the cooperative is set up as a social enterprise type B. In accordance with the Act on Social Entrepreneurship, and is established for the employment of people from vulnerable groups, at least 1/3 of these workers from all employees. Why we decided so? Because, for example, type A doesn't have this restriction or term. The thing is, when you're applying for example, for European funds for making new jobs, it's much easier if you're social entrepreneurship type B, because on these tenders you get much more points. The members in the cooperative may be hemp farmers, then hemp processors or manufacturers, owners of agricultural and other machinery and other equipment for the production and processing of hemp. Then on vendors, distributors and retailers of products from hemp, experts, researchers, developers and consultants in the field of production, processing and sale of hemp and hemp products. Users of hemp for the purpose of initiative products, example, textile, construction and so on. We have different types of members here in cooperative. The basic is associate member. These are people who are just filled out this membership form and get accepted by others members of cooperative. But before they become full members, they must do 16 hours course on social entrepreneurship. So if you want to be a full member of this cooperative, you must have a very good picture what's it all about, because it's a different type of economy. Okay, it's more and more popular, especially in Europe, in in countries which were most hit by the crisis. For example, Spain. Spain did in last year establish, I think, 3,500 cooperatives that work on the same basis like ours. Then on we have investing members. So these are the members who are not doing any business with the cooperative and also don't have voting right. So they are more like sponsors and sympathizers. And then we have also honorary members, which are people who made a great contribution to growing and processing of hemp. Cooperative has the following authorities. Okay, this is a bit about this bureaucracy to say so, but it's important to understand how this organization works. So we have the authority with most power is the general meeting. So this is the meeting when all members come and they decide on important issues. So the issues that are for fluid business, they are all decided by management committee, which has 7 members, and these 7 members are 2 of them are representatives of producers, 2 are representatives of the processors, 1 for the field of food products, and 1 for the scope of the other products. Then we have 1 representative for the area of research and development, and representative in the field of education and marketing. And then at last, 1 representative for sales, marketing and distribution. Then we have a president. The chairman of the board is at the same time the president of the cooperative, so we must have 7 members to be able to vote. And then you have the monitoring committee, which has the function to do revisions of decisions of management committee. And then on, which is optional, the cooperative can also have a director, which is at the same time the financial director of the cooperative. Benefits which a member gets as an individual are that he gets a fair payment for his products. He gets faster progress through common knowledge, so he doesn't have to look for everything by himself. And then he has legal protection, which is very valuable, especially because not all of us are lawyers. And he gets updated information on producing and processing of hemp, and gets much more efficient marketing because the costs of marketing are divided between all the members of the cooperative. And then he has lower production costs, like I said before, like sharing machinery and so on. The benefits for the society. The cooperative is creating new workplaces. It's taking care of vulnerable groups because we don't treat people like worth more or less. Everybody is worth the same. We are making earth-friendly, sustainable economy, which doesn't harm the environment in the long run, and it's a solution to the financial crisis. And it benefits local economy, and it's growing hemp. It's a soil healing plant. It's a soil healing process because, like you know, most of our fields, for example, growing wheat or corn, are actually devastated by using of all these chemicals and such things. And hemp plant is perfect for regenerating the soil. So I'd like just to finish this presentation with one motto. United we stand, divided we fall. So it means more we are united, the brighter will be tomorrow. So here is our contacts, the website. Okay, have mercy on us with critics, because this is a newborn baby. And you have here the email address where you can contact us, and we also have outside, we have our business cards attached to seeds, to packages of tea, and these briquettes like this one that this girl was having, just little bigger ones. Thank you. Questions?
I just want to say very nice job with this KonopKo thing. I want to join, definitely.
You're welcome.
I'd like to ask, when you established the organization, how long runs and how many members you have?
Okay, we are now about between 20 or 30, I don't know exactly. But we started having meetings, I think it was after New Year, so it's like almost 8 months of work. And we had meetings every second Tuesday, and our members are from all parts of the country.
And they are mostly like growers, producers?
By now, they're mostly growers. Growers who are making hemp oil by themselves. So everybody was buying their own machinery. So the idea is, okay, this is the primary idea. We have bigger plans and other stuff that we didn't come to yet. One of these ideas was that, for example, you have members who are all growers, so they make seeds, and they sell seeds to the cooperative, and the cooperative makes the oil. Okay? So it's just one brand, the cooperative ConopKo, you have lots of this oil, you know, and you guarantee to the farmers the fair prices, because everybody gets the same.
Any questions?
Yes, everybody's thinking about lunch.
In a minute, we continue with our last speakers for today, Mrs. Lucia Kolar and Mrs. Tanja Bagar. They will present us a presentation titled "What Makes Hemp Happy?"
So, hi. We have this excellent opportunity to amuse you before lunch. So it's a great task for us. We can do it quickly and smoothly, of course. To females from Slovenia. However, I was driving now like mad to Lendava, and I was thinking, I don't know why my voice is shaking. Yes, this one is correct one. So, one more thing. So, anyhow, first remark, my surname is Kolar, not Kolar. I had this, we were given some interviews to the Austrian, thank you very much, radio, and Miss Hosian misspelled my surname. I'm a bit touchy about that, not to mention my father. But however, today we will talk about happy hemp. Me, myself, as you can see, very happy. I hope you will be also during this talk of ours. So, of course, it's going to be all about happiness today. I will now talk as a... first, it's going to be a bit non-scientific, just that we break the ice. So, first of all, I would like to tell something about Tanja. She is a friend of mine, but also holds a PhD in microbiology. And we met on a very funny way. So these two photos, this unfortunately is not my house, but this is Tanja's house. And we've met last year at Vivus conference in Biotechnical Center in Naklo, Slovenia, where there is going to be another congress in November, and I warmly invite you all there, because we will present there also some of our joint work. So, and this love began at this beautiful house where they sell eco products from the school, and this nice water pond. And after months or so, 2 months I guess, was it 2 months? I think so. Tanja invited me to her house, where we did some very strange things. First of all, we were very dirty, and I'm not sure how to explain that in English, what we did. I guess we did, could you tell that?
We did inside plasters from clay in the house, because it's a eco-bio house from straw and wood and clay. So we did inside plasters. So we just threw lots of mud on them also. That's what we did. Yeah. So
it was muddy as shit. But however, that really gave us an inspiration how to proceed the joint work, and that's why we are here today as well. So we will not talk about Lucia, because that might be a bit dull. Anyhow, we will talk, just a small introduction if I may, about the business I do. So my firm is called Complementarium, and it sounds very nice in English, environmental consulting. In Slovene, that would be okoljsko svetovanje. And many people in Slovenia ask me, oh, so you deal with gardens, you arrange the gardens, you decorate them. In a way, I do that as well, but in a bit specific way. Let's say I have this strange scientific approach to the things. I always experiment. That's my dream job. And these photos here show what all various or complementary things we do in Complementarium. So Complementarium, I made it up, that name. It's a Latin name. It has a masculine ending, but actually it's all about this L here. So I'm Lucia. So this means that a man's work is led by a female, and what we do is we educate children, grown-ups, and with that system we use earthworms as a basic soil-dwelling organisms and decomposers. We try to show to the children, also to grown-ups, what nature actually is. Is it like just about artificial things, or is it the nature itself? So we do a lot of playing. That's the whole idea of the business. But through that, we also would like to earn some money. That's why we are also here today. But not to earn money, but just, of course, to network. That's the primary business, which one day will probably also bring some money. So, and this is me, just before we posted this to the Hemp Congress. I went to the hairdresser, I lost my eyeglasses, and I was so damn pissed at the hairdresser. I said to him, okay, now I need a change. I really have very strong lenses, so if I lose them, it's not okay, because the least I do is I have double vision. So I colored my hair. I have lots of gray hair, you wouldn't believe that, and I also cut it. So this is me before and this is me now. But I'm talking a lot like before that and after that, that stayed the same. So here I put this introduction. It's like hemp plus compi. Compi comes from complementarium, and of course that equals happy. We will see why during this talk. And so experimental background for what we will show today here with Tanja is that we found out that these protocols which are used in hemp seeds germination and stuff like that should be at least re-evaluated. So we tried to test several different environments under which hemp seeds should be happy, of course. And in the end, we would like to, or we will tell you or show you what are our further, how to say, investments, intellectual investments in that, and also perhaps joint projects or whatever that may come to this talk and also after. So this, I don't need to explain a lot. This is a hemp seed, how it germinates, and this is what we did in the lab of where Tanja is head of. So it's CHECZ REPUBLIC. She will tell about that a bit more into the detail. And yes, this question we will address also in the end. We will answer it, I hope. And yes, well, this is where science begins. It's like the manual seed handling. These gene banks, please don't have in mind. And yes, well, it should be somewhere here. This you are really kindly asked that in the end, if we will persuade you scientifically, you will get one, let's say, we will have an auction, okay? How much do you offer for this? But unfortunately, no, I think it's fortunately, here inside is lavanda, not hemp, because after our talk, you will need to relax. So this is my intro, and Tanja will proceed.
Now from my side. Now my part of the talk is about the science and the experiments we did with hemp. We did several germination tests. So our goal was to determine what are the most favorable conditions for hemp to germinate. It is generally well known that hemp germinates rather poorly, that the percentage of germination is rather low. So when you're growing this in large quantities, naturally germination is a big issue for the yield of the crop. So just to explain a little bit about germination itself, I'm presenting this slide where you can see the different phases of germination. So, never mind. So the picture is a seed, and you can see that the seed has 3 phases. It's an epicotyle and a hypocotyle. These are two phases. So these are the two phases of the germination. And from the epicotyle, the stem of the plant develops, and from the hypocotyle, the root of the plant develops. And the germination starts with these tiny sprouting things, which are called radicals. And from the radical, first the hypocotyle develops, that goes into roots, and then the epicotyle develops into the stem of the cell of the plant. And here are the seeds that we germinated in our lab, and these are images we took with our microscope. And you can see different. So this is a seed we took just from storage that hasn't begun to germinate yet. And this is just the beginning of germination, where the seed breaks apart and gives space for the radical to develop that will later become a plant. And then this naturally grows and elongates, and this will then become the root of the plant, and then this green bit will develop into leaves and the overground part of the plant. So this is just to illustrate that there are different phases of it and what kind of importance they have for the development. So then we did several germination tests, and this is just to illustrate how the germination tests were performed. This is according to a standard that prescribes exact protocol for germination tests to determine the percentage of the germination. It basically looks like this, that you take pieces of paper that you make humid, and then you plant seeds on it. Usually we did 100 seeds per test and several repetitions of the test. And then after you plant 100 seeds, then you roll it into rolls, and you make sure that it's in a humid chamber. And after 6 to 7 days, you have germinating seeds, which you then count and measure and so forth. So this is how it looked in our lab. So this would be our seeds. These are the kind of chambers we use to measure the effects that different activators of germination had, and these were kind of homemade humid chambers that we use. So this is how a test usually looks after 6 days. You can see that some seeds have germinated really well. This is the hypocotyle of the seed, and this is the epicotyle, and some haven't germinated at all. Some are also abnormally germinating, which you can also see where all the phases of the germination haven't been completed. And then the test looks like this, that you count how many have germinated, and you measure the length of the root, and you also count how many abnormal germinations there were. And then you get, these are usually, this is just a few pictures of the ones that were not germinating correctly. So in this case, you only have the leaves, but not the root. So this plant in nature wouldn't survive because it wouldn't develop roots. And this one is similar, that it had roots, but not on the right place, and also on the field or in your pot it wouldn't survive. So these ones are actually not counted as successful germinators. So these were the first experiments. In the first one, we tested what the effect of the storage temperature would have on germination. So usually the seeds are stored naturally at room temperature. You make sure that the seeds are dry, and then you just store them at room temperature. And we tried if it had an effect on germination if you store it in a refrigerator, so at 4 degrees, and in a fridge at -20 degrees. And what we saw is that the germination is higher if you store it at cold temperature, so it was higher at 4 degrees, and even higher if it was stored at -20 degrees. The germination was about 20% higher if the seeds were stored in -20. And even if The seeds were stored at room temperature, and prior to germination, you put them to minus 20 degrees, the germination rate increases. So for the ones that are actually growing it, it's a good idea that before you plant the seeds, you expose them to minus 20 degrees. It's kind of a signal to the plant that it's time to grow, and the germination rate increases by about 20%. So with this temperature, we observed some differences in the percent of germination, but the root length was about the same, so here we didn't observe any drastic effects. Then the next thing we observed was that with some plants, there's a huge difference in germination if the germination is done at light or in darkness. And we tested this for hemp, and it also turned out that hemp prefers the dark as the light. So if we germinated it just at the tabletop bench or or somewhere where it was exposed to light, the germination was about 60%, as with usual seeds. But if we germinated it at complete darkness, also the percentage of germination went up, about 12 to 15%. So this is a good idea for the people that are soaking seeds before sowing them. So if you do that, it's a good idea to keep it somewhere where it's really dark. And also this had an effect on germination, but also not a significant effect on the root length, so the development of root was not affected by this. The next idea was, so we found out that the general germination rate is pretty low, so about 40% of hemp seeds do not germinate at all, since the germination level is about 60%. So we were thinking what would be a good way to activate these seeds so that the germination level would go up. And we started thinking about compost. Compost is a substance that is very rich in nutrients, in micronutrients, in beneficial microorganisms, in bioactive substances. So we thought that an extract from this compost would be a good activator because it can provide nutrients, it can provide antibiotic-like substances that the bacteria in the compost are naturally producing, and all kinds of things that could activate and give seeds an information, an impulse to germinate and grow better. So compost tea we produced aerially. This means that you take an amount of compost and put it in water that is chlorine-free, and you give it some nutrients, either sugar or molasses or some complex sugars, and you aerate it. That means that you take a usual aquarium pump and just pump air to it, because it's vital that only aerobic bacteria grow, which are beneficial, and not the anaerobic. And you leave it for 3 to 5 days, and that suspension that you get, the watery substance, that is then used as an activator for germination. So after 5 days, we take the water from it, and in that we soak the seeds and compare if there are any effects on germination. And this water is just to control if the soaking itself is influencing it or the nutrients from the compost. And so if we just soak it in water, the germination rate goes up, but just a little bit, it's just a few percent, nothing significant. And then we used different times of incubation with the compost tea. And we figured out that if we incubate it for 30 minutes, we get a 75% germination, what is 15% higher than you usually get. So this was a good indication that we found something that can increase germination and is a potentially good way to increase yield and increase growth of hemp. Then we tested also a product that is already on the market. It's called HumuFix. A German company developed it. This is a combination of herbs that is used as a seed activator, and it's you get it in such little sachets and you dissolve it in water, and then that is used as an activator of germination. So we tested this and also found that there is an increase in germination, also about 15%, just about as much as with composting. And then this got us thinking that we still haven't reached very good germination. We're still at around 70–75%. And if we join both of these things, so we join all the nutrients you get from a compost and micro elements and all bioactive substances and beneficial bacteria, and then you combine it with different herbs and different plants that are native in this part of Slovenia, that we could maybe have a product or something that would really activate seeds and get a much higher germination. So we tested many different plants and many different herbs and tons of different combinations. And in the end, we found something that we're now, for the time being, calling the green potion. This looks something like this. It's a combination of different herbs and different minerals and different bioactive substances. And we also tested the different times of incubation. So you just dissolve this with water and then sow the seeds in this water. And after 30 minutes, the average germination rate went really up. It was about 85%, what in comparison to 60, what is general for this batch of seeds, is an increase in 25%, which on large scale would be really a drastic difference. So this was these were about tests that we did for germination. So the effect is that we found a combination of things that increases the germination by 25%. And then this was how much we could optimize the germination. But then the next things we were asking ourselves is, everybody is talking about eco, bio, so forth. And if we could observe a difference in soil that, in hemp that was growing in just conventional soil or in ecological biodynamic soil. And we took samples from both soils and grew hemp in these soils. And we could, we also measured germination, how many seeds germinated, and how tall the plants grew, we measured, and how long the roots were, so how strongly did the plant grow. And we observed that the germination is higher in ecological biodynamical soil, and also the average height of the plant was larger, and also the roots were stronger. So we observed that in biodynamical soil we could definitely see that hemp is happier there, that somehow the plants, the seeds realize that they're in friendly soil that is not contaminated with pesticides, and because generally in nutrients the both soils were really comparable. That wasn't the difference that we could observe. So the conclusion is hemp definitely knows when it's in a healthy soil and prefers to germinate and even grows better. So if you have an option, go biodynamical, go ecological. And then the next thing we tested was how rich the soil needs to be for hemp to be happy. We measured, we took 10 different batches of soil that had a different percentage of organic carbon, which means humus basically. So how usually garden soils have about 8% of organic carbon, and the conventionally grown fields have about 2 to 3%. And we tested different concentrations. So on the x-axis we have how much compost we used. Compost has about 40% of organic substance. And we see that here, where it was 50-50, 50% of compost and 50% of just general soil, the germination was best. So this would be, if we calculated about 20% of organic carbon, which is very, very high. So if you're growing hemp, it's definitely a good idea to make sure that the soil is very organically rich, to introduce either compost or some kind of fertilizers, natural fertilizers, not NPK and similar stuff, but natural, organically rich fertilizers. We also measured stalk length and root length in these experiments, and we could also observe that in this 40 to 50% compost, so the height of the plants was highest and the root lengths were longest, and also the healthiest, the most widely dispersed roots, so that the plant can absorb as much nutrients as possible. So this would mean also in reality 20% of organic carbon in the soil. And this is just a picture of what we saw in these experiments. So we just plugged them out and we took images of the ones. So this one is the one grown in optimal conditions. That would mean 20% organic carbon, and these are done then with the highest organic carbon. So if you just grow them in compost, 100% compost, naturally they're not very happy. We saw a much higher incidence in abnormal germination and much lower height and length of roots, which is natural in very organically rich. Very few crops succeed, just pumpkins and stuff like that. And these kinds of crops don't exist, but don't grow very well. They have an optimal level of carbon in the soil. So that's about the experiments we did in our lab. So we took here some seeds that can go around with the different phases of germinating hemp. Just to have an idea of the experiments we did and the phases that we studied. So this was now about the scientific bit. I will leave it to Lucia to close this talk, and thank you very much for your attention.
I will proceed scientifically, of course, which means now we will conclude what Tanja just said. So first of all, you've seen that hemp seeds like dark, not light conditions, and like whiskey, they like to be cooled on ice. But and that's a very important message, I think. So, like, not kept under the room temperature. So that's very important for all of you who deal with seeds. Keep that on mind. That's for free advice so far. The next one, this one, actually, what concerns the biodynamic soil. Here I've a very good friend of mine who is a really very keen biodynamic farmer, and he deals with that for at least 20 years already here in Slovenia, which is not that common, how to say. So his soil definitely showed that it is good to put hemp seeds into it. And this small picture, this is my daughter. Just that's a nice thing we play often. Do you perhaps know what she's doing here? So she is not playing the violin, that's for sure. But the sounds she does, it's like this, how you can, another free advice, so how you can check the soil whether there are any earthworms. You put this piece of wood into as deep as possible into the soil, let's say 20 centimeters, and then just before the soil starts, you start to play a violin, and then you will make an interferential sound which will disturb the earthworms, and they will come up And that's how you will scientifically show yourself, your child, and to the earthworms that you know that they are there and that they are doing good for your garden. Okay, this is also a very important message we have for you with Tanja. Compost tea, well, it's not for drinking, for ourselves, but it's for the hemp seeds. They like it very much. But I think if it's made of a very good compost, as we did it as well, you could drink it too. And even if you combine it with humofix, then it's even better. This is also very important thing. Tanja showed that various herbal combinations enhance hemp seeds germination. Where is that thingy? Yes. This is, it's not wrapped in gold yet, but it may be one day. So anyhow, these potions things, it's known from literature, but still not scientifically proven how this helps, but it helps. So we'll see in further experiments what's the mechanism behind this. And so we proceed with this. I like this Slovene word for potions. It's napoi. So it already sounds great. So you can imagine what this does to the hemp. And yes, well, this I have told you. So now we are fortunately coming to the really to the end of this talk. We set an auction, but I will not put you into position of that because I'm generous, and you've made this half an hour with us. You can come here and take one and try to Google complementario, of course, as many times as possible, because we showed you that hemp is happy, right? And just a small discussion yet, because we are scientists, we have to say that too, that I think we've showed that this project has what are the optimal conditions for hemp seeds growing and or germination. So especially on the leadership of Tanja, a potion came up, and we also saw, the third one, this one came from mine, how to say, interest, so that the soil, especially let's say the one from this area, Prekmurje, so where the soil is intensively reared with pesticides or anyhow, that lowers hemp seed germination, and believe me, not just hemp seeds germination. Those facts show, or that's our message to you. Please carefully, be careful while dealing with seeds. Be careful about the conditions you leave them, and actually also together with the co-worker of Tanja, who did a lab work, I think we showed that it's not difficult to sustain the proper environment for hemp seeds, and that also this does not mean very huge financial input. However, further studies need to be done. They will be done. Tomorrow one student of mine is going to join me, who will do a master's in that field further. So this is not just a blah blah today, it's a scientific study which will come to an end, I hope in further 2 years. So the aim of this study was to develop a model which will be self-sufficient and also sustainable. That's the word you all who work on projects really love, like sustainability. I hate it, but it's very, very popular, especially in the EC projects and stuff like that. So, hvala lepa, thank you. This is on the left, I need to tell you, my husband, who holds a PhD in IT, of course, computer science. He did these very nice templates together with Tanja yesterday, who was more relaxed than today while doing the talk. This is also was shot yesterday when we went to Pukovniško jezero, which I really recommend to visit. This is my baby daughter. She is called Pika. She is very energizer bunny like her mom. And the people who are listed here, Zvone gave the biodynamic soil. Mala Klemensokum will have a talk with me tomorrow morning. So Complementarium team, these are my friends and my colleagues with whom I work. So Cerup team, and Lara is there, and Tanja is here. And also to the organizer, that they gave us the opportunity to talk here today. And yes, well, to all of you who've listened to us, so hvala lepa.
Does anybody have any questions? Okay.
I saw that all the roots from the seed when they germinated are straight down. Do you have a technique for that, or?
Yeah, we grow them vertically. But the rolls, we put them vertically so that all the roots go down and the epicota goes up.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, great information. Thanks for sharing. It was very interesting. Yeah, about the optimal condition we were looking at, and also regarding the determination test you cited, I was thinking about again how to achieve the optimal condition in the reality, so in a field that have not a laboratory standard condition, but have weeds problems that could have huge variation between, I don't know, heavy clay soils or sandy soils, or also the depth of the seeding is relevant in the optimal condition for germination. So how do you assess the reliability of your research in the light of this other real condition that are quite important?
These were now the preliminary tests that were all done in lab. Now we're doing similar tests in a greenhouse where it's on fields, where we already test this depth of sowing and things like that. But of course, further studies, we haven't done big field trials yet. So from what we've seen now is that it's important that the depth of seeding is so that the seeds are in darkness. So this would mean at least 2 centimeters. Now more, I'm not sure how much more this still needs to be tested. And that if possible, that the seeds are pre-soaked. This would increase germination in generally, so that you soak them, that the seeds are activated, and that seeds are preferably stored in a cool place prior to sowing them, and that the organic carbon in the fields is high. So that you use organic fertilizers, that increases at least to 10%.
You mean organic carbon, so the topsoil?
Exactly.
Organic matter.
That would mean that the humus, if you go and measure it in a lab, that the humus percentage needs to be at least 10%. Usually in a general field it's, let's say, 3 to 4%, but this turns out that it's really too low for hemp to be happy. So compost or diverse organic fertilizers such as manure and stuff like that, that would prove to be essential for hemp to grow well. And that the soil needs to be not very compact, it needs to be aerial. We've seen this with our control groups. The soil we used as a control was really, really kind of tough. When you watered it, it became very hard, and the seeds germinated drastically. So the germination rate in those control soils that we first used was 10%, 20%, because the soil became really hard when you watered it. And this, the germs, we've already seen at the test, if you move the germination, these radicals and these germination phases around, they break really easily. So probably they don't have enough power to break through a hard soil, so it's really important that it's aerial. Somehow that is achieved in, usually the best way to achieve this is also with organic fertilizers, because those bring organic carbon and also this aerial, the soil is nutritious. It's not really hard.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, if I may, just one thing. The first sentence Tanja said, it's preliminary, so we had to start somewhere. But as we are both into the applicative research, that's why we will proceed it, and we'll be able, I hope, to give just the detailed answer you would like to have. But one more thing, which I think it's very, very important, that we all here, who we are, or however, that we aim to put hemp into ecological soil. I know, I'm aware of the fact there are different soil types, of course, like clay or sandy loam and blah, blah, blah. But however, we should never forget that the main feature of hemp should be that it's a very tough wheat, how to say. So, I mean, we can enhance it with that, but we will also test it in more compact soils, or however. So
the young germination phases are very pesticide sensitive. Yes. So if you have a soil that is contaminated with pesticides, fungicides, so forth, the germination will be much lower, because these first phases of germination are really sensitive and they will just die off. So it's important, if there is an option, that of course no pesticides are added, but also that the soil, the fields that are used have been pesticide free for as long as possible.
Thank you very much to all the speakers. Now we have a break, and we'll be back at 3 o'clock in the afternoon with the introduction from Mr. Daniel Kruse and Mr. Paul Benhaim. And then we have a workshop, but workshop won't be live streamed. During the break and in the afternoon, we will be playing a special thank you for our sponsors, our partners, and everybody who has co-financed this event. For now, greetings from the Green WHC speakers room, and see you tomorrow.